Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for being here. Dustin, Mendy, JC, Buffalo Bill, TBH, welcome, guys. Thank you all for being here this morning. I'm noticing that YouTube is flinging a little bit of lag my way this morning already. We just started the stream, so strap in. It's going to be some kind of ride today, apparently. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna bump my bitrate down a little bit before we even start, and then maybe that will appease the YouTube gods. Let's see, output. Let's bump this down from 15,000 kilobits to just 10,000 kilobits. A lesser amount of kilobits than ideal, but maybe they'll appease the lag gods. Alright, let's run with that for a while and see if we don't have any issues. Okay, let's see. Create new character. I am pretty sure that I am going on a Tauren warrior. That's kinda what I decided. Jess, good morning. Welcome to the stream. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I don't recognize some of these. Some of these they must have added with Cata, because I don't recognize the capped horns, and I don't recognize the tipped horns either. Oh, these ones are new too. These Diablo horns. That's kind of an interesting look. Yeah, you know, my first character that I ever got to level 60 was a Tauren. So like, I kind of have like an emotional attachment. Like, Tauren have their issues. Don't get me wrong. But I also kind of want to see Mulgore. Like, otherwise I would do a Blood Elf, you know. I kind of want to see the changes to Mulgore. Because I don't know that I ever have. We're probably gonna do a Fury build, but we might do two-handed Fury for a while. I really don't know. I don't know anything about the warriors in Cataclysm. I didn't get to play a warrior during Cataclysm. The only thing I played during Cataclysm, I played mainly a Holy Pally, and I tanked a little bit on a Blood DK. But those were the only classes that I played during Cata, so I have no idea. Go Paladin? I already got my thumbnail made, man. It says warrior today. Nah, I'll check out a Paladin eventually. Yeah, I want to see those changes too. But I name it Holy Cow? Absolutely not. No joke names, remember? I want to see the warrior first. We don't have to do Tauren. That's why I didn't put Tauren warrior into the thumbnail or the description, because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I could do Blood Elf, and then we could jump him over to Mulgore. We could do a little bit of traveling, you know. You do it, yeah. But I don't know. I kind of want to do Tauren. Did I try Goblin yet? No, I'm going to do a Goblin recorded series. I might do it alongside the Worgen recorded series. Yeah, I want to see the new starting zones, like the new starting zones. I want to see them as a recorded series, so I can actually like get a little bit immersed. I can focus on reading the quest a little bit differently than how I can when I'm on stream. We did the troll starting area on stream, which is okay, because the troll starting area was honestly not very great. So, I was okay with that. Parkow, good evening to you. I don't know about how I feel about these horns, honestly. This seems okay. There we go, that looks nice. Mike Oz, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Jess, when is Cata supposed to drop fully? We don't have an actual release date. They have a roadmap. And I believe the roadmap has it coming out sometime in the summer? Wow, 2024 roadmaps. To the roadmaps. Let's see. Cataclysm pre-patch they have in late spring. So pre-patch is late spring, and Cataclysm launch on the roadmap looks like early summer, like beginning of summer. So my guess would probably be like August. I will probably get the pre-patch at the end of June, sometime in June, and then full release maybe last week of July, first week of August. Would be nice. Yep, that's what it looks like, but no actual release date yet. Alright, let's do that.
Great tragedy has rocked the Tauran tribes and shaken their once stalwart devotion.
Master Eden, yeah, I did, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was really generous of you.
Orc war chief Garrosh Hellscream.
Stan, good morning.
The beloved Tauran chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof led to a
Master Eden, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. I'm excited too.
Loss,
that's very generous of you.
Launched a murderous attack,
yeah, I'm really excited.
Attempting to seize control of Thunder Bluff for herself.
I want to find a class that we like, and it'll probably be the warrior, and I want to play it for a while. Like I want to level a few different classes. I'd like to level a couple classes and then have something ready whenever they open up the 80 to 85 content. Johnny, this has got to be you. It's got to be Johnny. Yeah, I want to get a couple things capped out, and then we can take our favorite thing into the endgame stuff. They'll probably let people make pre-mades, but I would rather level something up. Pre-mades are tough when you don't know the class. Like playing on a boosted tune is really tough, I found out. Let's see if anything is different here. What you see here is the work of the Quillbore, young one. Year after year, they have encroached on our village. The Great Cataclysm finally drove them from their dens to spread like locusts across the land. And now you see the result. Do I see the result? Oh, okay, I see. I see what he's talking about. Got a lot of Quillbore activity back here. Today you are of age. Yeah, we look like we're like 52 years old, so I guess this is a young Tauran. You will take up your weapon and fight for the tribe and avenge the Great Mother. Follow the path to the east. Okay. So it's a little bit different. We have a major Quillbore encroachment. The lighting is different, isn't it? The lighting is different. Like when the Cataclysm happened, they changed the skybox. It isn't just that like things have more pixels in the world. It's that the literal like way the lighting is working seems different. The shadows are still nice and deep, and that's good, but there's something different. What they need to do, and this would not be like in the spirit of no changes, but I think we're past no changes, right? And maybe Blizzard will hear this, and maybe other people will parrot this in different places as they experience the Cataclysm in Classic. They need to take the lighting changes that they made in patch 10.2, was it 10.17 or 10.15, whatever they did when they adjusted the lighting in the old world in retail so that they can do like the Eastern Kingdoms Cup and the Kalimdor Cup. They need to put those lighting and distance changes into Cataclysm Classic. Because with those changes, the old world zones in retail, they look effing gorgeous. They look really nice, the lighting is beautiful, the view distance is vast. And it was a big improvement when they did that over like the actual lighting in the actual skyboxes that we got in Cataclysm. And I think this is running off of the Dragonflight client anyway. So I don't know why they couldn't just do it that way. I really hope they consider just making this like the way the zones are in Dragonflight. Because that's going to make the lighting a lot better and the view distance, and everything's going to look nicer. Anyway, let's get going.
Well met. Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you.
Behold, Ramblehoof, the very presence of the Bristleback is a blight. Nothing left in their wake but corpses and barren land. Camp Narash could become what we see here in but a few days unless we stand and fight. This will be your rite of strength. Oh, they're wrapping in like the rite of strength and stuff into this. The first ceremony of a Tauren Brave. They're like, go fight our enemies. No preamble, no training. They're like, you want to pass your rite of strength? Just go fight these guys. We know you just showed up today. But you have an axe, and you're quite large. Go kill 6 Bristleback invaders.
Be careful.
Alright, I probably need to turn auto loot on, I bet. Also, I need to adjust a couple of other things. Auto loot. Boop. I feel like my UI scale is probably still too big, but I'm gonna leave it for now. It's hard to line this up without the immersion window. I typically use the immersion window to kind of frame this. So if it's a way off, let me know. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. That looks about even. That looks about even. Let me shrink this guy down. Let's get a couple of other action bars. We're going to need them eventually. Alright, this seems good. I have an ability called Strike. I don't know. I've never seen this ability before. This is what I mean when I say, like, I didn't play a warrior at all during Cataclysm. A simple strike that deals 10 to 16 damage. Use once you have sufficient rage. So this is kind of like Heroic Strike? I probably don't really need auto attack in that case. Is the beta publicly available? It's available if you were invited to play the beta. Yeah, you'll know. Just check your dropdown. Go into Battle.net and open up your dropdown. And if you're in the beta, you'll have a classic Cataclysm beta to install. And if you're not in the beta, you won't see it. You do have to be signed up for the beta, which you can do by logging into your account on at worldofwarcraft.com and going to the beta sign-up page. I didn't sign up for the beta until the day that people were getting invited to the beta already. And I got in, like, it was a week later that I got in, so I think they're going to invite more and more people as time goes on, obviously. Yeah, this seems like Heroic Strike. Except it goes on global cooldown. This is going to be really interesting. What happened to the shaman, Auntie? Which shaman, man? Like, I don't know. If you're talking about the characters I was playing yesterday, I was just playing characters yesterday to check out the beta. Like, I didn't have a plan for what I was doing yesterday. I woke up, I saw that I was in the beta, it changed every plan I had for the day. And, like, you know how I am, I'm ADD, it takes me a while to figure out what I want to actually spend my time on. So we played a little bit of a druid yesterday, we played a little bit of a shaman yesterday. For the shaman, my goblin leveling series, that's going to be a recorded series, I'm going to make that a shaman. So I want to learn the Cata shaman on the goblin. And that might be one thing that makes me like the goblin a little bit more than I feel like I'm going to. But yeah, I didn't really have a big interest in either character from yesterday, except as a way to get into the beta, hang out with you guys, chat, and see some of the changes.
Goodbye.
And that's why this thumbnail is titled a little bit differently than the thumbnail and titling for yesterday's stream.
Be careful.
Because this character I want to level up. I want to see the warrior changes for Cataclysm. All right, so let's see. I didn't read this at all. Despite their size, the bristleback greatly outnumber as a pack ambush can easily overwhelm even the largest tauren. We're all the same size though. Many new initiates have taken up arms to defend our home. Some have given their lives, but others have been captured alive. Please find their cages and free them. Like, when you read this sentence out loud, some have given their lives, but others have been captured alive. You realize that you don't need to use the word alive twice. You could say some have been captured, because when you are captured, the nature of being captured, it implies that you are alive. Because if you're dead, then you're dead or you've been defeated. But if you've been captured, that implies life. So you don't need to say captured alive. It's redundant, especially in a sentence that already has the word alive in it. Pro editing tips. 2010 Blizzard, they didn't have editors either. So all you need, if you have writing, you just need one decent editor to spot stuff like that. And it just like, it improves the quality of the writing drastically. Just one little editing pass. So we're feeding the Braves. We should feed them and then free them. That's obviously the best thing. Here's a sandwich, and now we're letting you out. Don't even let me out if you don't have a sandwich for me. I'm gonna be hungry. After being captured alive, I'm gonna be starving. We'll bring them a ham and bacon quillbore sandwich. I can't really like get a handle yet on if killing extra stuff on the journey is still like as worth it as it was in like Classic era and in Wrath, you know how like fighting along the way is good kill XP. I don't know about the kill XP. It looks like we're getting like significant chunks from these guys. I remember when I used to level back in the day, I used to grind to level 3. That was like the first thing I would do when I started at characters. I would grind it up to level 3 before I turned in any of the quests. I don't know if that ever helped. It always felt like it gave me an edge. But ultimately, like in the long run, it didn't matter, you know. A 15-year-old game still in beta. And it's still got bugs, yeah. Keep in mind, like, the reason why it's in beta is, like, this is not, like, the original Cataclysm that went live and was finished, you know, 10 years ago. This is Cataclysm taken, basically, it seems, from, like, partially from the Dragonflight Time Walking campaign files. Like, I'm pretty sure that this client right now is actually running off the Dragonflight client and not off of its own or any kind of, like, Classic era client, so... I was playing my Worgen. I recorded the second episode yesterday, and there was a part where you're supposed to swim into the new ocean. The Cataclysm happens and the ocean forms. And you're supposed to swim into the ocean and rescue these sailors, except the ocean's not there. There's no water. There's a deep crevasse where the ocean should be, but there's no water in the ocean, so you can't swim. And so currently, my Worgen is stuck in a crevasse where there would be a sea, and he can't get out. And since I haven't completed the intro scenario in Gilneas yet, I can't hearth. My Hearthstone doesn't work. And since it's a beta, there's no unstuck help feature. So yeah, there are bugs still. It needs testing, and I hope it gets a long and healthy beta phase. So that when the game actually releases to humans, it can actually work and be good. Because they're kind of slapping it together. No Tauren Paladin, Marlena? No, eventually we'll do a Pally. Like, I really wanted to see the warrior changes, and I just, like, I also wanted to see Mulgore. Like, so I just kind of put both those things together. I didn't want to do... I almost did like a Blood Elf warrior, but then I'd have to cart them over to one of the other areas because, you know, the Blood Elf areas didn't change in the Cataclysm. The Blood Elf areas and the Draenei areas got no updates, no changes, like everything's the same. And so I didn't really... I wanted to at least see like some different stuff. Johnny, that happened to you? You had to delete them? I'm waiting. See, I'm waiting, because episode 1 went up today. That episode 2 will go up tomorrow where I get stuck. And I'm hoping that by the time I go to record episode 3 that they'll have fixed it. Or at least implemented some kind of solution that I can hearth out. So I'm going to give it till tomorrow, and if I'm still stuck on that character tomorrow, I'll have to roll back up till... I think I'm level 7. I'll just quickly roll one back up, and then I guess I won't do that quest, but I have a feeling they'll fix it. So my guy is just kind of patiently waiting at the bottom of where there would be an ocean.
How may I aid you? Farewell. Go in peace.
I guess equipping the new weapon would be a good idea. We've struck a great blow against the Quillbore. I will stay here and hold the line, but you need to move on. Sikadana Thunderhorn, she has taken a few braves to the southwest to root out the rest of the Bristleback.
Goodbye.
They should have called it Alpha. Ooh. Ouch. Beta? More like Alpha. Ooh. Ooh. Those fighting words. Yeah, Mendy, I started trying to do it. It was a jumping puzzle. Yeah. I rescued one drowned sailor. But then coming back in, I just effed up. I was like, I can make this jump, and I just fell into the deepest crevasse you could possibly imagine. And there was like 20 or 30 people in there with me, which made it not so bad. Unfortunately, I couldn't aggro anything with my pet. Somebody on the forum said, like, use your pet to get something to come and kill you. I was like, oh, good idea. If I can get killed, I can respawn, but I couldn't even target anything with my pet. Yeah, he's stuck. I think though, like, that's a pretty big bug. I feel like they'll probably fix it soon. Like, water not existing where there should be water is pretty huge, and it's probably, like, pretty simple to just fix it.
Ancestors.
There's air bubbles. There's air bubbles there, like, as if there were water.
You wish to speak? Walk with the Earth Mother.
Alright, stop the thorn callers. Knowing the ways of your prey is another aspect of the hunt. In the lands they come from, Quillbore live in the shade and protection of huge thorned roots. When they move, their shamans seed and grow new roots for them to live in. These thorns mar the land and choke out other life, turning the earth around them barren. Oh, that's what happened to the barrens. Go to the south and stop these thorn callers before they have a chance to continue.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
And the right of courage. One of the first lessons you should learn, Ramblehoof, is to never underestimate your prey. While we were distracted by the attack on Camp Narash, more of the Bristlebacks swept in unnoticed and stole a cache of our rifles. They have rifles. Why do you have rifles? You can see them to the south now, filling the air with lead. Oh. This is your right of courage. Brave the hail of gunfire. These guys are like hardcore. They're like, the first thing you do, go fight. The second thing you do, storm the beaches. And just like go into a barrage of rifle fire. Recover 7 stolen rifles.
We shall meet again.
Yeah, Taurens are obviously just badasses. If you survive, like, the hail of bullet fire. The goblin starting area is also bugged. Can't get to the other islands on some classes. Huh. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'll hold off a couple days on starting my goblin series. I want to see if I can get the Worgen unstuck and kind of go from there. Yeah, their industry is bad, but they started with guns. Yeah, we talked about this the other day, how like it would have made a lot more sense to have orcs start with guns, because orcs are hanging out with goblins in Orgrimmar. And since like Tauren have the whole Native American thing going, it would have made more sense for them to start with bows. But for some reason, the Blizzard went the other route. The Thorn Callers I need to kill, those are the guys in purple, and maybe these guys have the stolen rifles. Yeah, gun thieves. Gun thieves. I feel like I should train, but I don't know that there are level 2 skills in Cataclysm. My shaman didn't have any skills to train at level 2. So I don't know. I feel like some of these guys should have been aggressive. We need to start hashtag make Azeroth aggressive again. I feel like the game would just feel so much better to play like if the starting areas had some aggressive mobs. All of these guys should be aggressive. There's no reason for them not to be. Maybe originally they worried about people bouncing off the game. Oh my god, wait, what if somebody dies at level 3? They'll rage quit and never come back to the game. Like, I think people are like generally a little bit thicker skinned. And if they do get killed at level 3, they're like, oh, and then they actually learn something. I think like a good change for Classic could be just to make Azeroth aggressive again. And just put in aggressive mobs into the starting zones. Like the first guys we fought, they could be distracted by like our fellow warriors. But then by the time we come out here, like we should be dealing with aggressive mobs. They literally told us we were going to be walking into a hail of bullets. And then we get here and the dudes, we can like stand right next to them and hang out with them. And yes, I am going to provide them feedback about a 15-year-old game as I play. Because, you know, we're way past hashtag no changes. So I do feel like as I like critique things and like point things out that could be better, that like I don't really think anything would ever change. But I like to get the ideas out there like into the collective consciousness anyway. It's not just me being negative and complaining because I'm having a great time. This is mostly for people watching the VOD afterwards, which is where I get most of my comments telling me that I'm a negative person. When I'm just like venting my thoughts and like just kind of trying to put stuff out there into the ether. But I do like the idea of making Azeroth aggressive again, and you guys should think about it too. Like, see, the funny thing is, like, technically these guys are aggressive, but because they are distracted, they're not aggressive at all.
How may I aid you? Farewell. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Winds be-
Can I still equip a gun in Cataclysm?
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Master Eden, am I finishing up my paladin and putting him in Cata? Which paladin? I got 2 paladins in Wrath, both are max level. And then I got the retail paladin. Battle boars. There are more threats to be dealt with here. The bristleback are taming wild boars to be used against us. These armored battle boars have been abused beyond hope of recovery. They must be put down for our safety and their peace. Go to the pens to the south and slay them. They've been abused so badly that we just have to kill them.
We shall meet again. Farewell.
Feed of evil. Feed of evil. Okay. We must do more than simply hunt boars here. The eyesore that has been left upon the land must be purged. To give them a wild thirst for blood, the battle boars are forced to fed raw flesh. Take this torch and use it to burn the troughs of meat and gore to cinders.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Alright. I'm so relaxing. I try to be chill like 90% of the time. There's 10% of the time where I will go off on a rant about something, and then people have the opposite opinion of me. Let's see, we're gonna burn, I guess these are the troughs? Yes. How can you play the beta? You have to be invited to the beta. So firstly, you'd log in at worldofwarcraft.com, you'd go to the beta sign-up page, and you would have signed up for the beta, which you can still do now. Go on and opt into the beta, and then they select people randomly to play the beta. And you'll know if you're in the beta because you'll go to Battle.net, you'll click on your drop-down for the type of game you want to play in Battle.net, and you'll see the Cataclysm Classic Beta ready to install. You might also get an email when they invite you. I didn't get an email. I've got invited to many betas, and I don't receive the emails, but maybe that's a notification setting that I have to turn on. But yeah, basically you sign up and then you get invited to it. Have I ever visited Australia? I've never flown across an ocean, and I don't really ever want to tempt fate. I'm landlocked. So I don't want to fly across an ocean. I also I'm not really one of those people that that enjoy travel for recreation. You know how there are people that love to go to distant places and see new things and all that. I have anxiety issues about travel. So I'm not one of those people. My favorite time is to go for a hike in the woods, relax at home with a book. Sit in front of a fire and read. I like simple things. When it comes to traveling, especially super long distances, it's stressful. For years I traveled around the States for work, and I got used to traveling for work. That became a routine. I was fine with it, but it was never something that I super enjoyed. It's not a fear of flying, because it's a fear of flying across an ocean. I'll fly anywhere over land, because most flights that have issues are flights that happen over oceans. The flights that disappear, never to be seen again. Those are typically international flights. And also, like I said, I just don't enjoy travel for travel's sake. It would have to be something much more than just pure recreation to get me on a plane to cross an ocean. I could probably do it, but it wouldn't just be because I wanted to. There'd have to be more involved. Do I PvP or PvE? I'm not much of a PvPer. I've never been very good at it. I've only done a handful of battlegrounds probably in my life. I focus on leveling and PvE content. Which doesn't mean that I'll never try PvP, but every time I tell myself I'm going to try PvP, I don't. It's almost like maybe it's not in my DNA. The only game that I really enjoyed PvP was Heroes of the Storm. Embarrassingly, I really enjoyed Heroes of the Storm. I enjoyed PvP, I think, in that format.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
Let's take the risk. I have gear that I have to equip. I'm sure I have gear in my
We
bags.
shall meet again.
Chief Squealer Thornmantle leads these Quillbore. It was he that set upon Great Mother Hawkwind and took her life, leading the attack on Camp Narash. He fled and hid afterwards, but we found him. He lurks to the west within his foul den of thorns, fending off any braves we send in after him. You've proven yourself as a brave defender of our people, Ramblehoof. Kill Thornmantle and bring his mane back to Chief Hawkwind in honor of our Great Mother.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Alright, belt, wrist, a gun, and I can equip a gun. And even though there's an ammo slot here, I don't think we need ammo. My hunter doesn't need ammo. on my Worgen, so I wonder if this just needs to be gotten rid of, or maybe there's like ammo we can put in that gives us some kind of like bonus. I'm not sure. If I could be placed in a fantasy world setting, what would I pick? I wouldn't. Have you seen the size of spiders in fantasy world settings? Have you seen the ferociousness of random creatures? I want to go to whatever fantasy world that has no aggressive enemies, where everything is like super safe and secure. Like, I don't know what world that is, but it's not World of Warcraft, and it's definitely not Lord of the Rings. Like, God, in Elwyn Forest, they don't even have doors on the houses. They don't even have doors. They got 90-pound spiders right outside the yard, and they got no doors. So I'm not doing that. I could live in the Shire. I'm a little bit tall for a hobbit hole, but I like the architecture. I like the idea of having a cozy little hole in the ground, but I would probably need one like twice the normal size. I swear I need to talk to my trainer. Eventually, guys, I'll train spells eventually. Like, yeah, we'll train. Right after we kill this guy, we'll go train. The other starting zones kind of walked you through like a tutorial where they're like, hey, here's an ability, go use it. And so far, the Tauren area has not done this. So... But then, I feel like then if I live in a place like the Shire, then I'm getting like, it's none of the excitement of a fantasy world, and it's like, they probably don't have indoor plumbing, they probably don't have like sanitized water. Do they even have showers? Where am I gonna lift weights? Like, I have all these questions. The Star Wars universe? Maybe. I guess it depends on the planet. But again, like, I have similar concerns. Is this guy gonna kill me? I hope not. Let's war stop him. I could lift some hobbits. Yeah. Right. Minea, what do I think about that? I mean, I think the same about it as when it happens anywhere, which it sucks. Yeah, I've lost jobs. The last major job I got fired from, I had been with the company for 10 years, and they called me one day and fired me. They said, your position no longer exists. Have a nice day. So yeah, it sucks when that happens. It doesn't matter where you work or what your profession is. And it happens in every sector of the economy. Part of the risk of selling your labor to somebody else, part of the inherent risk is that one day they might not need your labor. You know what I mean? When you're selling a product to somebody else, whether it's a physical product or whether it's your labor, like, they are buying that from you. And so it's within their prerogative to say, we don't need this anymore. That's how the economy works. That's how for better or worse, that's how capitalism works. And like, so what do you mean? You ask me how I feel about it. I feel great about it. Like, what do you mean? What do I feel about it? I think you can infer what I feel about it.
Ancestors watch over you.
Am I gonna go off on a long anti-Blizzard rant about it? No. They're a company like every other company, and they make business choices that profit shareholders. It's really simple.
Meet again. Be careful.
The camp is safe, and the Quillboard driven off, all thanks to you, young one. You have my personal thanks for what you have done for my mother, my son, and the Holy Ghost, and for all of us. It is now time to put Great Mother Hawkwind to rest, lay the final offering at her feet, and we will say our goodbyes.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Oh, we have to do something here. We're gonna place an offering.
Well met. Go in peace.
There's balance to all things. As Great Mother Hawkwind's spirit takes its final journey, you will begin your first. Okay.
We shall meet.
Today you have undertaken a rite of passage far more difficult than we ask of most of our youth. Be proud. Now it is time for you to continue on your journey. To the west, beyond our burial ground, you will find a path winding up the mesa. Follow it to the top and speak with Diami Windsor. Walk with the Earth Mother, friend, and you will always be welcome here.
Walk with
did
the
we
Earth
not have a
Mother.
quest taking us? Yeah, okay. Okay, I need to find my trainer, though. Let's do full stop, and I need to find warrior trainer right here, and then we need...
Greetings.
Oh, see, he has our first lesson. I just wasn't paying attention when I took it. Charge and victory rush.
Goodbye.
And then we have to practice charge, which we can do right over here on a dummy. Boom. And then Victory Rush instantly attacks the target, causing 36 damage and healing you for 59% of your maximum HP. 59% of our maximum HP? Can that be right? This heals us for more than half of our maximum HP. That seems a little weird. Maybe it won't work how it sounds it's gonna. It's what it sounds like to me is that I could be at half HP, I could hit somebody with Victory Rush, and that would top me off and then some. That's how I read it.
Ancestors.
But maybe that's not what's actually going on, I don't know. Yeah, I found the tutorial. Right, I finally found the tutorial part that I was talking about.
Goodbye.
Alright, either way, we'll find out how it works soon enough. Vendors. Yeah, we have vendors here.
Ah, I have just the thing for you.
Oh, do you? We do have a 6-slot bag. Let's go ahead and equip that. I would like to find the profession person. I don't know if we can really learn professions yet. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there are any profession trainers here, so maybe once we get to Bloodhoof Village. Would I ever work at Blizzard if they offered me a job? No, absolutely not. But I would do contract work for them. I could write quests for them probably better than anybody they have. And I could do some copy editing for them because they clearly don't have any editors. But I would only work for them on a contractual basis or like by the job. I would never become an employee of Blizzard Entertainment. No thanks. Nope. I have no desire to sell my labor to them and to go punch a clock at a certain time every day, etc., etc. If I wanted to live that kind of life, I would have kept on as a training developer because I liked my job as a training developer. As far as jobs go, it was rewarding. It was awesome. I got to use my brain. I got to use like all the skills that I developed in my life to like explain things, to speak, to write. It was very fulfilling. So if I wanted to work a corporate job, I would just go back and I would be a training developer. Because I've already done that, and it was a fulfilling job, and I liked it.
The winds guide you.
Look, Ramblehoof, the rolling plains of Mulgore stretch out before you, our home, the cradle of the Earth Mother. Here she provides us with all we could ever need, a peaceful and verdant land. This is what you will fight to protect. Your journey will take you far beyond her sheltering arms to the farthest and cruelest regions of this world and beyond. Below us is Bloodhoof Village. The first step on your true path begins now. Drink deep the water of vision and let the springs guide you forward. Spirits even. Alright, let's drink. Oh dear God. We have turned into a bird. I didn't realize it was that kind of drink. It's kind of weird. How is life in America? Life in America has a spectrum, and usually you're on like one end of the spectrum or the other, or you're somewhere in between. Life in America, like most places, is going to be different depending on the person that you ask. Like, my life is pretty good. I have a house, I have water, I have food. I obviously have World of Warcraft.
What brings you here?
So my life is good.
Go in peace.
Is it as good as some people's lives? No. No, it's not. But it's really, really good compared to some other people who don't have anything. Ramblehoof, there are many conflicts that wound this land. It is my hope that you will not bear witness to as many of them as the elders have. Yet there is one that I would ask you to seek. It will give you some sense of how terrible, if left unchecked, even a small threat can be to the land. Pale-Made Gnolls have settled to the south of Bloodhoof and in a cave to the west. They disrespect our attempts to communicate with them, and they slay wildlife unbridled. Words are no longer the answer. I feel like this is the same, almost the same exact quest text from Classic Era, maybe with a couple of changes. I do see a profession trainer over here. I'm gonna go grab, what am I gonna grab? I guess I'm gonna grab mining and blacksmithing. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Oh, you are a riding trainer. Why is the riding trainer marked as a profession trainer? That's a little bit weird. Okay, so we're not doing that. How does one get access to the beta? First, you have to sign up for it. So you can sign up by logging into your account at worldofwarcraft.com, going to the beta sign up page, and making sure you're signed up. And then, step 2, you wait. And then eventually they'll invite you to the beta. How you'll know you'll be invited to the beta, some people get an email, but the best thing to do after you've signed up is just check BattleNet every day. Go into your drop-down under World of Warcraft, and you can see the different versions you have access to. And if you are in the beta, you will see the Cataclysm Classic Beta. In the drop-down, you'll be able to then select it and install it. And like beta invites, they're not like a first come first serve type of deal. So like for instance, like I didn't sign up for the beta until last week when people started getting invited to the beta. Like people were already playing the beta. I was like, oh okay. Then I signed up for the beta, and then this week I got access. So it's random.
Be careful.
It's not like a first come first serve type of line. For a small fee, I will give you a Wind Rider to Thunder Bluff. Okay, I don't need that right now. I got other trainers here. Let's go check out the guy inside the building. First aid.
The winds guide you.
Okay, we'll grab that.
Walk with the earth.
Greetings, traveler.
Our sacred wells have been tainted, and I will need your help to fix this. To cleanse each well, I must create a cleansing tome. This is the exact same quest. Like, this quest, so what I'm seeing here is that, like, a lot of the revamp that happened in Mulgore, they only changed stuff back out of Camp Narashe. This stuff so far is the same. Even if some of it might be slightly worded, like, that quest, I'm pretty sure is verbatim. Here's the Pally Trainer. That's awesome.
Peace, friend.
Swoop hunting, let's see, yeah, trophy, swoop quills, yeah, swoop hunting is still here. What else am I looking for here? Let's head over here, maybe one of these guys has to be a profession trainer. You would think, I think I saw one back in this building. Let's head back over here. Somebody here's got to be able to teach us mining and blacksmithing, although I don't know, like, how good our mining opportunities are going to be in Mulgore. Maybe we should do, like, herbalism alchemy, I don't know. Maybe we should do herbalism alchemy. Here we go, professions trainer. It's funny that they left some of the specific guys here, like the ones that happened to be here, they left. But then they also added the profession trainer that you can train any profession at them, except for like cooking, first aid, and the secondary stuff. Let's do herbalism and alchemy.
May the eternal sun shine upon
There we go. I feel like we're missing quests. Like there are quests that we should have that we don't have. So maybe they took some quest out. Like I don't see a lot of what I'm expecting. Like Mazarache, the wolf quest. There's a couple of quests that I didn't see, that I either missed or that they simply, maybe they removed them. Let's go after the Pale Mane Gnolls. How many hours a day do I play WoW? You assume that if I had a full-time standard job I wouldn't be able to play as much. I mean, I think that goes without saying. As far as how many hours a day I could play, I mean, you can glance at the content on the channel, you can get kind of an idea. I usually play for 3 or 4 hours a day, sometimes more. If I have the time and like we're really into something, sometimes I'll play more, but usually I'll stream for 3 or so hours, then I'll put out a recorded video that's like anywhere from a half hour to an hour. And yes, if I had a standard job, like whatever, I guess you mean like a place I have to go to that I hate, where I have to spend 8 or 9 hours out of my day being stuck somewhere. Yeah, if I had a standard job, I probably would not be able to play as much, obviously. You see, that was not 59% of our health. That was like, it was like 5%. Healing you for 59% of your maximum health. I guess this must just be a tooltip problem. Some kind of issue with how the tooltip is phrased. Like here, we're missing a chunk of HP. If I get in here, okay, well that one healed me for 50. 50 is still not 59% of my total HP. That would be closer to like, if it were 80, that would be closer to half of my HP, but it did heal me for a pretty good chunk. I wonder if it like is variable within a certain percentage or if it always heals for the same amount. It chunks their HP though, like that almost one-shot him. Yeah, I do have to track Herb's Tactical. Yeah, I have to toggle that on. Thanks for the reminder. The music here is pretty good. I hope it's up loud enough for you guys. See, now interestingly, we just did this quest the other day in Classic Era, and it was like you needed a certain amount of all the different types. So you needed skinners, you needed tanners, you needed poachers. And I remember like we couldn't find poachers, but in Cataclysm they condensed it, so you just need 15 of any gnolls. Like they don't care which ones. Doesn't matter, just 15 of them. Auntie, that is a weird question, man. That's a weird question. I don't need the responsibility of being able to do either of those things. Yeah. You know what they say, you know, Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I don't want the responsibility of it. I'd have to pass on both of it. Either one would ruin me in some way. Like, either one of those things would ruin me in some way. You're getting married in 12 months? Any life advice on getting married? Yeah, like, have a few years before you have a kid. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna get married, like, get married and then, like, wait a while before you have kids. At least a couple years. Unless you're getting married because you already have a kid, and then probably, like, back out of that shit now. and also already have been dating for at least 2 years. And if you haven't at least been together like somewhere between 2 to 5 years, I'd say call it off. But don't take advice from people that you see on the internet. Like, my advice is basically worthless. Like, we didn't have my son until I was 30. I was 31, and I'm really happy that that I went through all my 20s and got into my 30s before I had a kid. Has married life made me happier? Yes. Yes, I was a pretty miserable person for most of my 20s. It's not enjoyable to go it alone in life. There's so many like factors of life that already make you feel lonely that like truly going at it alone is it can be pretty brutal, especially as you get older. It's really good to have a partner. It's better to feel like you're a part of a village. But we don't really have, like, at least in the States, a lot of places that you live, you don't really have a sense of being a part of a community. So, like, the only thing you can do is to at least feel like you have a partner and feel like you are part of a household. It doesn't, like, fully satiate the desire to be part of a community, but it's better than just feeling like you're going at it alone. Let's see. Let's head over. Let's go after some trophy swoops. We'll see if we can get them all in this little area. Oh, we do need paws. Okay, so we are looking for paws. We're looking for plainstriders, wolves, plainstriders, swoops. Basically anything that walks or crawls. Like a church? I mean, if you're religious, then sure, like, church can be a good way to have a community. Absolutely. If you believe in that, and you find a place with, like, like-minded people, then that could be great. Yeah, a church can be a great community. I love today. Today's fun. I love when I play something new. A Korean stream for 11 hours. Can you do that? I can barely stay awake for 11 hours. What do you mean? Yeah, I could do that if I wanted to have a pulmonary embolism. No, I have no desire to do anything for 11 hours. I try to be like pretty well balanced between like my sedentary activities and my physical activities. I don't even like to sit for 2 hours straight. Like when we get 2 hours in, you'll see me get up and take a little break, refill my coffee, stretch my legs. No, that kind of gameplay does not interest me, and I feel bad for the people who end up engaging in that kind of gameplay. I worry about them. I worry about anytime you're sitting for more than a couple hours straight, you should always get up and take breaks and stuff. Small brown pouch. Hey, that's awesome. I was expecting them to continue feeding me bags from questing. I wasn't thinking that we'd actually find some bags. Finding bags is nice. I'm probably not going to be able to get this earth root yet, am I? I think it requires 15 skill. Oh, we can get it. Oh, I have 19 skill in herbalism already. Did I start with a bonus to my herbalism? Or have I just been herbing a lot of stuff and I haven't realized it? Also, by the way, Lifeblood, the herbalism ability, is amazing. Absorb energy and nutrients from the earth, instantly healing minor wounds and granting 5 haste. Oh, did they change this? Instantly healing minor wounds. I thought this was a big heal over time. Maybe they nerfed it. We'll find out. I'll pop it next time we're hurt a little bit. We'll see what it does. Herbalism is a racial bonus for Taurens. Oh, herbalism skill increased by 15. Hey, that's awesome. I did not know that. That works out really well. That's great. Mr. Hassel, good morning, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. So here's a question. Do I not get Heroic Strike? Is there just no Heroic Strike? Oh, right here, level 14. So man, they hold on to that for a while. And I wonder if when we get Heroic Strike, if that replaces Strike. But that's really interesting how they just get here's Strike, and then they hold off on Heroic Strike. Heroic Throw, Overpower. It's nice where like the spellbook is set up so that you can see in the spellbook what you're gonna learn. You don't need to have an add-on to see. Execute at 16. Battle Shout, we wait for so long to get Battle Shout now. Huh. Very interesting. Not XP boost. This is the Cata Beta, so no, there's no XP boost. Now that being said, Blizzard told us that they were going to make leveling easier in Cataclysm Classic. Easier in WoW speak means less time, so like I don't know what they did to experience gains. I will say that leveling yesterday and leveling so far today, it doesn't seem super speedy. It feels pretty good. We're not blowing through levels at all, but we're not like lagging, you know what I mean? We're level 6, we've been playing for... let's see, we've been playing for about an hour. And we are level 6, which feels pretty decent. Roz, hello, good afternoon. Welcome. How's the music so far? It's good. Yeah, I like it. All the music has been good. I noticed that with Cataclysm, sometimes areas have like multiple music tracks like in their little sub-areas. So, ooh, he's taking my herbs! So depending on like what area you're in and like if you're traveling a long distance, sometimes like you don't get to listen to one music track for too long. It'll switch to a different music track. And that's really the only thing that I don't necessarily care for. It hasn't happened so much on this character yet. But yeah, especially when you start traveling around, you can just blow through like music tracks without ever really feeling like you're getting to listen to them for a while. Music here's been really good, really consistent. Like, there's basically two things that WoW never gets wrong. They never get wrong the art, and they never get wrong the music. Like, regardless of whatever else happens during an expansion, the art and the music are always, like, basically top-notch. I've never heard music in WoW and thought, like, man, that's bad. Or even, like, oh man, that's just really mediocre. And I've never seen, like, a zone or artwork that I've thought was just, like, bad or mediocre. Like, the music people and the artists always knock it out of the park. Okay, yep, Jason says, no Morgan. No Morgan. The no Morgan music is really bad. but I feel like it's intentional. Because gnomes are supposed to be like a little bit annoying. You know, you're supposed to be like a little bit annoyed by gnomes, I feel like. And if you're not supposed to be a little bit annoyed by gnomes, then I don't know. Maybe it's just a problem with me. So yeah, the Gnomergon music is really annoying. Did they keep the same music for the Gnomergon raid in Season of Discovery? I never even stepped foot in there. They probably just kept the same music. That might have been part of like why I didn't want to ever do Gnomergon. Might have just been the music. You're right. That's the only bad music track in the game. The Mechagon Mega Dungeon had awesome music though. Oh. So like Gnomergon is just bad. That's unfortunate. Janice, you don't like the Forsaken Tavern music. Yeah, some people don't like it. I would not listen to it for like a long time, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be like a track I played on repeat. I don't mind hearing it when I happen to be at the inn because I feel like it's like it sets kind of the proper vibe, I think, for the Forsaken. But yeah, again, like I'm not gonna listen to it on repeat though, for sure. I need wolf paws, and I still need trophy swoop quills. I'm not seeing a lot of wolves in this area. You know what I've really been enjoying? That I started enjoying it in like solo Southbound, and I've been enjoying it here as well. I've been enjoying not having questy or anything marking my minimap up. I've been enjoying having a clean minimap, and then if I really need to look at the area for a quest, I open the actual map. And then I close the actual map, and then like I'm not spending time constantly staring at the questy markers on my map. Which, like, after a couple years of using questy, like, I found that I played most of the game, like, staring at the minimap, moving from dot to dot to dot to dot, and not looking at the actual game world. It's been a relief to, like, be training my brain to know that there's not a lot of useful information up here at all, and that I don't need to look up here. I like how they parked this guy. This guy used to patrol up and down the road. Now he just stands still.
How may I aid?
It's not a bad choice. This is the same exact quest. It's the caravan quest. I'm trying to mainly like read the quests that are different. Because everything else I've read before. Let's go turn these in first before we go off to do the caravan stuff. Have I been to the mountains, like in real life? I did some hiking in the mountains in Utah a couple times when I was there on a business trip. I don't know, like we didn't go like super high up. We went up high enough that I could feel that my breathing was very different. We didn't get high enough for it to be like a scary level of breathing problem, but I definitely felt the altitude. It was an interesting and humbling experience to understand that like my position like on the planet vertically could affect my body's ability to function properly.
What brings you here? Go in peace.
This is the Totem of Cleansing. I've created the Totem to cleanse the Winterhoof water well. Now you must take it to the well and perform a cleansing ritual. The well is to the southeast, but be warned, whoever did this may still be there lying in wait. These are all the same.
Again.
John, good afternoon, man. I am doing well. Thanks for asking.
What brings you here? Be careful.
Do I need to find my trainer again? Let's see. Level 7. No, not until level 7. We get Rend. Level 10. Ooh, we don't have to do the class quest to get our stances. They're just going to let us train our stances, which is so great.
How may I aid you? Goodbye. Ancestors watch over you.
This gray weapon is maybe more DPS? Yeah. Yeah. That's more DPS. We should probably find a vendor.
Hail. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Peace, friend.
I missed this one. Wind Fury Talons. I think we probably could have picked this one up already. I just didn't see it. Let's go cleanse the well, and then we'll go after the harpies. So typically in Classic Era, it takes me about 3 hours to hit level 10. I'm really curious to see like what our slash plate is by the time I manage to get this character to level 10. Karen, good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Oh, see, it looks like they replaced the Venture Company mobs with Grim Totem mobs. Yeah, the Grim Totem weren't here, I don't think. I'm pretty sure these were Venture Company people in Classic Era. Yeah, see, it used to be a big heal over time, and I guess that must have been too overpowered, so they changed Lifeblood to increase haste. It's not as good. I remember, like, having a druid in Wrath of the Lich King that was a bear druid, and being able to, like, renew and regrowth myself, go into bear form, pull a bunch of stuff, and then when it got dicey, like, popping Lifeblood while in bear form, and then having another, like, big heal over time was pretty amazing. Would have been really cool on the warrior, too, and I bet the reason it got changed was I bet it was overpowered in PvP. Maybe even overpowered for, like, a tank. To have just, like, a big self-heal at this time. But it was probably a PvP thing that got it changed. Which is a real shame. There should have always just been, like, abilities that did not work in PvP. Like, if something is overpowered for PvP, like, don't take it out of the game. Don't change it for the whole game. Just take it out of PvP or change it for PvP. Snickle Fritz, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I usually decline groups while I'm out soloing just because, like, I want all of the kill XP. If it's not a challenging quest, I like to do it alone so that I don't have to share my kill XP. I'm selfish that way. These guys kind of hurt. They kind of hurt. It makes me think that perhaps we should, okay, I have to go into my... There we go, okay. We have to get into first aid here. Okay, that's a nice big Lua error. Thank you so much. Seems like we're probably going to want to have some of these ready. Is it just me, or is the bar moving much faster than it ever has before in Classic? That's a good change. I hope all profession crafting moves that fast. Did I ever set my Hearthstone? No. No, I did not. We'll have to remember to do that when I go back. I'm trying to gauge like whether in Cataclysm fighting extra enemies is worth the XP. And I can't really tell. I mean, obviously it helps a little bit, but I wonder if it's closer to like retail in the sense that like in retail it's pointless to try to fight stuff. You get so little XP compared to what you need to level, and the quests are worth so much that like you find almost in retail, unfortunately, you find yourself like avoiding combat, like when it's not necessary combat. To me, that maybe that's one of the big indicators of when the game stops feeling like classic. Is when my kill XP is meaningless. When my kill XP doesn't factor into my leveling at all. That could be like a big like philosophical dividing line, like just like a way the game works fundamentally. It seems like we're still getting a little bit of XP. The problem is like these guys are yellow. I feel like maybe they should be giving a little bit more. I wonder if they like went back historically and looked at the XP gains from Cataclysm, or if they just kind of winged it. And if they just went in here and they did whatever they felt they wanted to do. Exodus, good afternoon, man. Excuse me, no druid anymore? No, the characters yesterday, like, when I woke up yesterday, I didn't know I was gonna have beta access. So, like, I woke up, I had beta access, and I just wanted to stream and hang out and play the game and check things out with you guys. I didn't have a plan yesterday for, like, what I wanted to do on the streams. And then I was able to come up with a plan, and the plan is I want to level a warrior up. So, yeah, I was on those characters yesterday just to kind of see some new stuff and just hang out with you guys and chat for a bit. There we go, we got Rend. And that's why you'll notice today's thumbnail has a class name and a part number, whereas like yesterday's thumbnail just had gameplay. Because I knew that I didn't know what I wanted to do yet.
Greetings. Go in peace.
And well, yeah, the druid also like wasn't really fun.
I've been
Not the caster druid. Maybe someday I would try a feral, but every time I try a feral druid, I end up coming back to the idea that I should either be a rogue or I should be a warrior. Every time I try a feral druid, it comes back to the same feeling. And like I think I know that about myself by now. I will play a paladin eventually. The thing is, like, if I really wanted to play a paladin in Cataclysm, like, I have max level pallies ready to go. I have a human pally at max level, and I got a blood elf pally at max level.
Be careful.
So, like, if I really end up wanting to play a pally, like, I will be able to do that.
Farewell.
So the beta is going to be a good time to try a few different classes and see what I actually like. The other thing is, like, when I played a pally originally in Cataclysm, I was a holy pally. Like, I didn't get to play hardly any ret, and I didn't get to play any prot, you know, I just got to play, I leveled up, obviously. But I don't remember, like, what the class felt like or anything. Cataclysm was not when pallies got holy power, was it? See, I don't even remember when we got holy power. I don't think it was Cata, but maybe it was. Red is clunky in Cata. Yeah, I had fun healing for my guild back in the day. I would never heal again, but... Oh, see, now we got the Mazaranche quest. I must not be seeing these quests. Or maybe they're just kind of like putting them in as we level up. They got holy power in Cata? So if I made a pally, I'd have holy power right now. Yeah, eventually I'll check it out. Like, I'm not... I played pally in Cata. I played a little bit of a blood death knight in Cata.
My dogs.
But I didn't play a warrior at all in Cata.
Go in peace.
This one I don't know. Strider meat. Okay, we need strider meat. And I should probably go check out the caravan at some point. Let's kind of head off in this direction. Yeah, Exodus, I know. Yeah, people have told me that before. Yep. I'm not smart. You forgot how smart I was? You forgot how smart I was because people have told me things before? Right. I don't think that denotes any kind of intelligence on my part. I'm looking for a crate. I believe we're looking for a crate. Return the documents. The documents. Okay. Oh, hi there. Do you have documents? Can we handle two of them? It doesn't look like it. There we go. We got a little heal off of that. We might live only because of Victory Rush. And now we need to bandage. So in Classic Era, there's a crate that we loot, and that has the item that we need. Maybe I already picked them up. Oh, I already grabbed it. I wasn't even paying attention. That's how smart I am. Guess I already have it. And then again, like, where does that turn in? This one, the tracking for this one is weird. Let me take a look. Yeah, we have the documents. Right click to read. I don't think we need to read them. But there's no tracking for the return guy, which is a little bit strange. I'm gonna head back to where I know he's at and just see if we actually turn it into him, or maybe we turn it into somebody else. Was beta invite only available if you have a subscription? You have to, even if you have an active sub, you have to sign up for the beta. So you'd want to log into your Battle.net account at worldofwarcraft.com, go to the beta sign-up page, and opt in. And then once you do that, you have a random chance to be selected. Now, no, it's still not tracking him. It's tracking. It just moved. It moved the tracker for this. Very weird. Yeah, see, there you go. Apparently you don't need an active sub, but you do have to be opted into the beta. This does say back in Bloodhoof Village, so yeah, maybe it just turns into somebody back in Bloodhoof. Let's go turn it in, because I feel like it changed into something else. We also have the Strider meat, so we can find the dog somewhere running around.
Greetings, traveler.
There's a dog. Let's take the gloves. Aha. There we go. Is it any different than original Cata? Yes, there are some changes. None that I've really noticed yet, but they did say that there were some changes. At BlizzCon, they stated that leveling would be a little different, like the amount of XP you need maybe would be different. They said it would be a little faster for the leveling process.
How?
So that's one thing that's different. I'm sure there are probably other like minute differences as well. Like it's going to be a little bit different. But no like big sweeping differences that I'm aware of.
Winds be at your back.
Let me actually make this my home as well.
We shall meet again.
While I'm thinking about it. Let's go, maybe we do a little bit of alchemy while we're here. I keep going into my spellbook for like my professions and they're not there anymore.
Hail.
I'm looking for vials. This has crystal vials? Is that, oh, it is what I want. I thought, weren't these called leaden vials or something different? Alex, is the server stable? I have had no problems today. Yeah, no issues yet so far. It's been good.
Goodbye.
Khalid, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by.
Will you help me find my dog? May the eternal sun shine upon me.
Yeah, the music is really good. I can tune it up a little bit. It kind of like, it does that thing where like some of the tracks here vacillate, some of the tracks here are a little quiet, but then other parts of other tracks get really loud. So I've been kind of adjusting it in OBS like here and there. Little do you guys know, I actually spend a lot of time bumping the volume up and down, up and down. Whenever I sense that it's gotten too loud or it's gotten too quiet, I'm often adjusting it in OBS. Because yeah, right now like it's a little bit quiet, but it's gonna have some overtures that get loud. The sound and the music, for me, it's always a work in progress. It's good on the Worgen videos too. That's good to know. I appreciate the feedback. In the recorded stuff, I don't have as much control of like adjusting it on the fly. Because I record through NVIDIA Shadowplay for the recordings. I don't use OBS. OBS doesn't work really well for me for recordings. So when I'm recording, like the volume has to stay what it's at unless I go into the game settings. So I don't have as much control over it when it gets super loud or when it gets super quiet. I try to find like a happy medium. Alright, before we go back to town, let's head over to the west here, we have Restless Earth. So this one is different. This used to be dwarfs. Let's take a look at what the actual quest says. Until recently, a group of dwarves intruded on our land to the west, carving the earth apart senselessly to search for treasure. When the very earth itself tore apart, the spirits of the land they had abused rose up and took their revenge. The agitated earth spirits still roam the former dig site. We must offer them appeasement. Take this drum with you to the west and play to the spirits. The rhythm may calm their fury and confusion, or it may cause them to attack us, and then we'll have to kill them. I feel like it's going to be a one or the other type of thing. Lefty, that's awesome, man. Yeah, the starting zones have been fun. Obviously, like, for me, the Worgen one's been really interesting because all of it is basically new. Some of the stuff here is new, like a lot of the new stuff here happened around Camp Narache, whereas a lot of the stuff in Greater Mulgore seems to be like the same quest still. This one is a little bit different, but everything else we've done has kind of been the same. The troll starting area was okay. The troll starting area felt like much more of like a new player tutorial than any other starting area in the game, which was kind of confusing to me. I just like, I'm curious why it would be that way. It was much more like hand-holdy and like much more condensed than like the other starting areas felt. Alex the Mage feels really different too. Yeah, see, like, there's so many classes in Cataclysm that I guess, like, I don't have a memory of playing much of. It's gonna be cool to kind of, like, that's always one of my most enjoyable things playing the game, is, like, learning the classes. Learning the different specs. So I'm looking forward to it. See, the Draenei zones and the Blood Elf zones, they did not change with the Cataclysm. So I don't know if I'll do those zones. I almost did a Blood Elf Warrior, but then like I said, the zones are untouched. The Cataclysm did not touch the Draenei zone or the Blood Elf zone. They didn't make any changes. And so for like doing beta stuff, I kind of want to see like as much new, mainly for you guys to keep it more interesting. For whatever reason, they didn't feel like they needed to make any changes to Eversong Woods or Azure Mist or any of that stuff. Somehow they were unscathed by Deathwing. There are goblins, yep. Yep, I'm going to do a recorded series with the goblins. Just like I'm doing the recorded series for the Worgen starting zones, I'm going to do a series for the goblin starting zones. The gnomes got a new starting area too. Like, I don't know if I'll do a series for that one. Maybe we'll check them out on stream. I'm not really like a big fan of gnomes. Yeah, what's really weird for me on the Warrior is not having, like, obviously not having Heroic Strike is really weird. Not having Battle Shout at this level, it feels strange. It's nice to have Victory Rush. But yeah, it feels like, without having, like, Battle Shout, it feels really strange. We don't get Battle Shout until level 20. Okay, so these guys are non-aggressive. We're gonna come up here and play the drum. Okay, he seems satisfied with it. It's gonna tick some of them off, I bet. I bet some of them are gonna turn aggressive. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, see, of course, it was bound to happen. The spirit is displeased and attacks. He can bleed, which is nice. We're not gonna, like, really worry about how he can bleed, because it's a game. Oh, I clicked him. Oh, good. He was fine. I hit him once. I slapped him with the mace and he was still okay with it. We got lucky. Have I seen any rare mobs? You hear they give a lot of XP in Cata? No, I haven't come across any rare spawns. I don't think. Not that I can recall either yesterday or today. Not today for sure. I don't remember anything from yesterday. I don't remember that from Cata. They give a lot of XP. Maybe like a quest worth of XP. Alright, maybe I should head up to Thunder Bluff. We had a quest to ride up there, but we're pretty close now, so I think I'm just gonna make the run. I don't know if it makes sense to, like, come back to town, ride out to Thunder Bluff, and then probably get sent back down. We have our Hearthstone set, so if we want to, we can hearth back to Bloodhoof Village from Thunder Bluff. But yeah, let's go up into the city and see. I know there used to be like a harpy quest up here. There used to be a couple of quests like right up near the top of the lift. I don't know if they're still going to be there or not. My coffee is cold and it's getting dangerously low. We are going to have a little breaky break soon. A time to stretch our legs and refill our coffees and get a snack and hydrate and all that good stuff. That's going to have to happen soon. We're close to 2 hours in. It's getting towards that time. We're gonna play more. I am gonna need to take a little break. Jewel crafting is for like later on in levels you get gear with sockets. And then you put gems in the sockets and that gives you like stat boost. I think like jewel crafters can also make rings. You should be able to craft rings and there's probably like other stuff jewel crafters can do that I don't know about. I've never leveled it myself. But yeah, mainly you're making gems to socket into higher level gear. Like plus stamina, plus strength, agility. Stuff like that people need when they're doing like higher end content. I feel like jewel crafting is once you're making gems at max level, it's probably a really good way to make money on the auction house. Because people always need gems. Like anytime you get a new piece of gear from a raid, the first thing you're gonna have to do, firstly you're gonna have to go reforge it or whatever, and then you're gonna have to put gems in it. Rings, necks, and trinkets. Really? They can make trinkets? Rings and necks make sense. I didn't realize they could also make trinkets. That's cool. Yeah, if it was in Wrath, it would be in Cata too. I would think so. Yeah, making trinkets is really nice. Yeah, I agree. I think as an alchemist as well, I think alchemists can make trinkets. I'm like 90% sure of this. That as an alchemist you get access to make like epic trinkets that are good for like pre-raid slots. I remember my holy pally was an alchemist and I was able to make myself a trinket. I don't see any quests though. There used to be a quest like right here for harpies, so I guess they took that one out. Let's head over and we'll turn in the breadcrumb. We don't need to worry about grabbing the flight point, we should already have it. This is not the tent I'm looking for.
Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Yeah, just bring leather goods to Tal and Thunder. What is this? Oh yeah, this is just to ride back. Oh, okay, yeah, because there's a flight master in Bloodhoof Village now, which I just like. When they said ride, I thought they meant like a ride on the ground, but I forgot there's actually a flight master back in Bloodhoof Village. So yeah, let's, you know what we're gonna do? We're in the city. This is gonna be an okay place to take a little bit of a break. I'm gonna take like 10 minutes or so, maybe a bit longer today. And I am gonna refill my coffee. I'm gonna make myself a little snack. I'm gonna hydrate. I would advise you guys do some of that stuff as well. Drink some water, stretch your legs. And I'll be back soon. I'm gonna put us on the break screen, and we'll just hang out here in Thunder Bluff and chill to some Thunder Bluff vibes. And I'll be back in a little bit. See you guys then. Alright, we are back. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, I noticed that the elixirs are 2 hours now. Was it always 2 hours? I thought it was 1 hour. That's really nice.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch over you. Be careful. Go in peace. Hail!
Oh, look at this. For some reason, even though we've never been over there, we have the flight points to Sen'jin, Razor Hill, and Orgrimmar. They started us with all the flight points. What level are we're level 8. You know what I'm gonna do?
Goodbye.
I'm gonna go over to Sen'jin Village and do some questing over there. Let's do a little bit of zone hopping. I wonder if that's just like a beta thing, or if like by default we got all those flight points naturally. That's crazy. Roz, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you saying so. I try to be chill. Like 90% of the time I'm chill. The other 10% of the time I'm like ranting about something. And then I guess like when I'm ranting about something, I think what determines whether or not someone thinks I'm chill is whether or not they agree with me. If I'm ranting about something and people agree, then those people think it's still chill. If I'm ranting about something and someone disagrees with my point of view, then they think I'm being negative. A negative Nancy. So, yeah. You think it's a beta thing? It seems like a weird feature to just shove into the beta, but it also seems like a really weird thing to give us, like, normally. I'll take it. I'm happy to have it. I think that's a really cool idea. Like, giving you some of the local flight points. You know what I mean? I feel like, especially if you're talking to the flight master in the major city, like, that flight master should have a few connections for you. He should be like, hey, I know about these other places you could go that are nearby. It makes sense to me. And then the farther ones out, like, then you should have to find those on your own. Yeah, the unlocked flight points. Yeah. Like, we got a few unlocked flight points, which is really cool. Like, I'm gonna do some zone hopping right now. Get ahead of the level curve a little bit just because we can. Whereas, like, without those flight points, I probably would have just stayed in Mulgore until that was all done. But it would be nice to do some zone hopping. Because, like, everything we're fighting is still at level with us. Now, at BlizzCon they said faster leveling. I don't need faster leveling. This feels nice. But I don't think this is, like, really any faster than Wrath of the Lich King. Maybe it's similar to Wrath with the Joyous Journeys buff. I don't even really feel like it's as fast as Wrath with the Joyous Journeys buff. We're 2 hours in, and I haven't hit level 10 yet. We took like a 10-minute break. We're 2 hours and 3 minutes of playtime. Typically, in Vanilla Era, it takes me about 3 hours to hit level 10. Like, that's in Vanilla Era. That's not Wrath of the Lich King, like, with or without the XP buff. Just straight up, like, Classic Era, even like Classic Era Hardcore. It takes me about 3 hours to get to level 10, typically. We're on track to be at the exact same ratio. Raz, it was a Cataclysm feature. That's really cool, and, like, I never knew that. I like it. I think it's awesome. Oh, hey, this is our first glimpse of the remade Orgrimmar. We're gonna do a little fly-through. Or was it yeah, it was remade, wasn't it? Yeah, this is new, right? These buildings are a new design. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure. We got somebody flying in the air. That's completely normal behavior. Garrosh did a great job with the city. Yeah, maybe Garrosh should have been an architect instead of, like, the leader of the Horde. I think he tried to tell Thrall that. I think like multiple times he was like, yeah, hey Thrall, no, I'm not the orc for the job. And Thrall was like, you got this, buddy. Your dad was great. It's like when someone is when you're offering someone a job, especially in a leadership role, and that person turns to you and says, I can't do this, you need to listen to them. Especially if it's a leadership role where they're going to be like in charge of other people. If they literally look at you and they're not excited for the opportunity, they're just like, nah, I can't, man. Then you don't give them that job. Like Thrall did wrong, and so many things are Thrall's fault. So I don't really like Thrall. I think Thrall historically has been kind of an F-up. I think he's F'd up several times. And I don't really know that he's ever, like, redeemed himself. Like, at all. Maybe he'll redeem himself in War Within. Like, Thrall was ultimately selfish. Thrall just wanted to go off and do his shaman thing. Like, he just wanted out. He's like, I've been doing the job for a long time. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go do my own thing. Here, buddy, you take over. Obviously, like, the best choice for War Chief, if Thrall wanted to step away, why not give War Chief to Vol'jin? Like, someone who you know is wise, level-headed, will have the best interest of the Horde at his heart. Like, why would you give it to a relative unknown? Because you and his daddy were buddies? That's the worst.
Do you be feeling well? What you be craving?
Ooh, you know what the weird thing is? With the new quest tracking, things are not broken up by zone. You know, in like classic era, you can like minimize the zone and like you can look at only the zone that you're in. I have to actually like untrack these if I want to just look at the stuff where we're at. I probably could have like turned this stuff in before flying out here. Would have been smart. If this stuff goes green, when all this goes green, then we'll head back. But for now, we'll do some stuff out here. Yeah, that's right. We got to go after the Northwatch supply crates. This was a fun one. We'll try to find some people to group up with for this one. How did I untrack the quest that quick? By shift clicking them. Hold down shift and then left click. Shift left click will untrack them. This dude's got Bubble Beam. Isn't Bubble Beam like an attack that Squirtle from Pokemon starts with? Surfcrawler casts Bubble Beam at us. Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning the Shaman more on the Goblin. It's going to be a good time. The Lua errors are annoying? Yes. Yeah, they're kind of broken. I think the game is going to enjoy a nice long beta phase, and it needs it. They need to make sure that everything's really, really well polished. It seems like you get them anytime somebody joins or leaves your party. I don't know. You saw that, right? I targeted this guy, and my warrior charged this way, and then he stopped in the middle of the field. And then he turned around and he like he looked back, like even my character was confused as to what happened. That was like one of the weirder things that I've ever seen. It wasn't a missed target. There wasn't even an enemy over here to charge to. It just like it charged me in a random direction. Oh, that's good. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that was really good. Like I said, there are some bugs that are going to have to get worked out before we're ready for a full release here. I just hope somebody's reporting the bugs, because I'm not doing it. I ain't no snitch. If Blizzard wants to see the bugs that I find, they should send somebody to come hang out with the stream. And then they'll probably see a lot of bugs. It'll probably I'll give them unsolicited feedback. It'll be very informative. All right, that is everything that we need here for now. We need more crawler mucus. Let's go ahead and drop from the party. I know they recently hired some more people onto the Classic team. They should have those people, like, those people should be playing the beta, obviously. They should all be playing the beta. And on their second and third monitors, they should be watching other people play the beta. So that way, like, they're having an experience, and they're also keeping an ear open for, like, other people experiencing issues as well. And that'd probably be, like, a really fast way for them to find, like, the bigger bugs and to fix them. I mean, I have a bug reporter guy here, but I haven't used the bug reporter. And for some stuff, like, I wouldn't even know how to describe it. Like, what do I say? Like, I selected an enemy to charge, and it charged me into the middle of the field. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they could act on that information. But maybe if the developer saw what happened, maybe they'd have, like, an aha moment. They'd be like, oh, he targeted that guy, and he went in that direction. Like, they might know why that happened.
You seek me help? Someone call for the doctor? How you doing, man? Beta. Hello, man.
Alright, before we head back out, we are in desperate need of vendoring. We have 2 empty inventory slots. I need to get another bag. Maybe I'll just buy another bag. We have a general goods guy over here. Maybe I just buy 2 more bags and call it.
How are ya?
Boom. There we go. I'll do like some professions. I'm not gonna do cooking and fishing in the beta. I'll do first aid. I'll do herbalism and alchemy on this character to level that up a bit. That seems like it'll be useful. But I'm not gonna level up fishing and cooking in the beta. I don't think. We'll save that for full release.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Dustin, that makes sense, man. Yeah, I'm that way with a lot of other games. Like, basically, like, any game besides WoW, I would rather watch somebody play it than play it myself. Like, I got to watch my wife beat a bunch of games on the Xbox. She did a 100-hour Witcher run, Phoenix Immortals Rising, like, she played a bunch of stuff. Hogwarts Legacy she beat, and, like, that was really enjoyable just watching somebody else play it. Like, other than that, I have a couple guys on YouTube that I watch when I want to watch, like, a more story-oriented game. It makes sense. So we're going after scorpids here. We need to find the scorpid, lay down the totem, and let them cast their little poison at us. Alex, you miss Questy. See, like, I'm happy to not have my mini-map cluttered up. I like, what I found by doing the solo self-found stuff without Questy is that, like, using Questy, I stare at my mini-map, and I basically navigate just by looking at my mini-map. And then I only look back at the world when I'm going to target something. And, yeah, I spend a lot more time looking at the actual game when I don't have Questy. So, like, I don't think I'm gonna go back to using Questy. I like that if I really need to see the quest area, I like having to open my map, otherwise just kind of looking at the field and finding the enemies. Now this quest might be hard for us, like, these guys don't cast the poison right away, and I'm killing them pretty quickly. I guess I just need to, like, stand here for a minute, and there we go, now he's casting, now I can start attacking. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. Yeah, I was killing him too fast. Yeah, Janice, that's a good point. Even if I wanted to use Questy, and I think I did that in one of my playthroughs. I don't know what character we were on. Yeah, I did remove some of the icons from the mini-map. I think I'm just gonna stick to especially when the in-game tracking exists, like, this is fine. Like, this is more than enough information for me. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna need more, like, visual information than that as far as, like, where the quests are at, you know? And, like, it's nice that my brain is learning that it doesn't have to look up here. Now I'm just glancing up there for herbs. It's better than being, like, visually locked on the mini-map. I need to remember to lay down the totem. It only stays out for 15 seconds. Roz, you never used Questy? Yeah, I never used really any add-ons until it was the very end of the Season of Mastery. My warrior was like level 52 or something, and I was having a hard time like finding where quests were to pick them up. And so that was when people recommended, hey, you should use Questy. Questy will show the locations of where you can pick up quests. And so I installed Questy and I started using Questy, and yeah, that's the story ever since. But yeah, before that I never used any add-ons. Like, I went like, you know, 15 years playing the game add-on free. Back when I used to raid, I used DBM, because DBM was just, it was a guild requirement. You had to have DBM installed. Half the time I didn't update DBM, and it probably was out of date and didn't tell me much anyway. But yeah, DBM I did use because the guild asked me to, so. I need one more sample. Hey Amy. Yep, it's been fun. Yeah, we got Cataclysm Beta access. So, that was unexpected, happened yesterday. It's been a good time. Hope your day's going well.
How may I serve?
Alright, so now we're going after the attack plans, and we have to kill 12 Northwatch troopers. This is another example of like, they changed the quest a little bit, but it's still kind of the same quest it was. In place of Centaur, we now have humans. Tauren Warriors, the ultimate race class combo. Yeah. I mean, my first level 60 that I ever got, the first character that I ever capped, was a Tauren Warrior. We leveled by discovering this new area. We're so close to getting into talent points. I'm curious to see like if the talent trees are vastly different than they were in Wrath. Or if they're basically the same. We have to wait for this to respawn. When is the official launch? We don't have a date yet, but on the roadmap it shows it near the beginning of summer. So with I think the pre-patch launching at the end of spring, and then the full release sometime in the beginning of summer. But they haven't put out like an official release date yet. Not that I've seen anyway. I love that this guy here is walking it backwards. I don't know why, but that's how he's doing it. Takes guts on this uneven terrain. That takes guts. DJ, you wish they gave the undead paladins instead of the Tauren, considering they can be priest. Yes, I've talked about that many times as well. I do feel like since undead can be warriors, and since undead can be priest, that it makes perfect sense within the lore that they should be able to be paladins. And I don't think to this day in retail, like, they still can't be paladins, can they? I wonder why. Why would someone at, you'd feel like, you know, someone at Blizzard can make that lore connection too, like, pretty easily. I'd feel like they're not stupid. So I wonder what their reasoning is for withholding it. Because yeah, it doesn't make sense. You can be warriors, you can wield the light. A paladin is a warrior that wields the light. So what's the holdup? What's the problem? Why don't we have Forsaken paladins? I don't know the answer. And they've opened up so many, like, race class combos. Even things that kind of don't make sense. Like, yeah, you could say a Tauren rogue doesn't really make sense. You know, you could make that argument. You know, there's a couple other things. Like, they even eventually gave, like, night elves. Night elves can be mages, even with their history with the arcane being so bad. Like, they can be mages. So, like, yeah, giving Forsaken paladins just makes too much sense, I guess. Eric, you think that Blizzard said a long time ago that every class race combo will happen eventually? The issue was class specific animations. I don't know. I don't know if they plan to really, like, give everything to everybody. They're opening up more and more. I feel like over time they are opening up more and more. Will they ever give everything to everybody? I doubt it. Like, you're never gonna give, like, shaman to every race or druid to every race. I think there are a few classes that you're just not gonna give to every race. Mainly I think about shamans and druids. Any other class, yeah, sure, they could probably go to anybody. And that would be fine. Maybe Paladin should be withheld from some races. I can't really think of any. Do I ever play retail? Yeah, all the time. I currently have a Paladin leveling series going, a recorded series. We leveled up a retail mage on stream a couple weeks ago. And got them to max level. So yeah, I do play retail. Pretty consistently, actually. Just not always on the streams. And right now in retail, there's no. I'm not really interested in, like, endgame stuff in retail right now. I'm waiting for War Within to worry about doing anything at endgame in retail. Oh my god, a green enemy. This is the first green enemy that we've gone up against. It's the first time I've seen a green mob. I don't fit in here. I can barely see the ground. There we go. Yeah, we don't fit. There we go. Let's get out of here. We've got Thunderclap that we can learn. Requires battle stance or defensive stance. That's nice. Heroic Strike still not to level 14. Execute is level 16. We get defensive stance at 10. We get the ability to parry happens at 10. What am I going to play in Cataclysm? That's part of what we are playing the beta to figure out. That's part of why I'm probably going to play quite a bit of beta and level up some characters, because I'm not familiar with a lot of the Cataclysm classes. Like, I don't remember them at all. I played a Holy Pally for most of Cataclysm, and so that's really all that I remember playing. I played a little bit of a Blood DK, I tanked Firelands a little bit. Other than that, I mainly healed. And I had a few level 85s, but I don't remember, like, any of the class design. So I'm going to level up a few characters, and that way I'll have a baseline for what I might want to do. We might have had a little bit of lag there for a second, but it looks like we're okay. We're green now. I'm pretty sure I want a DPS. I either want a DPS or tank. I know that I don't want to heal, so I can rule out healing, but that's really all I can do. I'd like to take a different class into Cataclysm that isn't the Paladin. I have been like fixated on Paladin in a lot of different versions of the game, and I would really enjoy taking a different class and maining a different class. So we'll see how that goes. Ideally, I think I would like to have one melee DPS class and one range DPS class. I think that would be ideal.
Later.
Will they release the new races in the pre-patch? That's what they've said, yes. Yeah, in the pre-patch phase, we should be able to get into Worgen and Goblins. I'm pretty sure, like, they're gonna have to change the world in the pre-patch. Otherwise, I'm not really sure how it works giving us Worgen and Goblin. Because then they would be spit out into a non-Cataclysm era? And that would be a little weird. I don't know if they've considered that. But yeah, we might get, like, the pre-patch might bring the world change. And then all we would be waiting for in the official release would be the 80 to 85 content. That's kind of what I see. I mean, I guess they could somehow, like, keep the old world the same. And then your Worgen, where would your Worgen spit out, though? I don't remember where they go after their little areas. Same thing with the goblins. Like, I don't really remember where the goblins go after they do their areas. Somewhere there's a guy. Here's the guy. Yeah, he's gonna take us on a little flight.
Bad dog.
By flight, I mean a ride. We could have probably just taken the Flight Master and flew up to Razor Hill. Would have been a little bit quicker. Alex, you're doing a fire mage? You're just pyroblasting stuff down? That sounds really fun.
What's that smell? Oh, bad dog.
Yeah, I was thinking about for a caster, either a Shadow Priest or a Mage. Could be good. The goblins spawn on the dock of the Eastern Zeppelin Tower near Orgrimmar. Right on, and then I guess you just go from there. So yeah, they could spit them out into the old world. It just seems like that would be weird. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling the Cataclysm event will occur in the pre-patch. And then we'll get the Worgen, we'll get the Goblin, we'll get all the changes to the old world. And then we'll be doing the 80 to 85 leveling once the game actually comes out.
Strength and honor.
Lotar, go forth to victory. Dabu.
Well, spit it out! Be careful out there!
I think what I'll do is I'll plan to hit level 10 here in Durotar, and then we'll hearth back to Mulgore, and we will finish up Mulgore. I wanted to get a little bit ahead of the leveling curve. We were fighting mostly guys like at our level for like a long time. It just felt like everybody was at our level, and like we couldn't get a level above any of the enemies. And I kind of like having a little bit of a level edge. Even now, we're still mainly fighting yellow stuff. I wonder if we'll see like leveling speed adjustments happen like throughout the course of the beta, like leading up to launch, or if they've got it locked in where they want it. Yeah, Alex, definitely. I feel like you could go straight through. I feel like that's why we won't spend too much time here, since we've already done a lot of these quests yesterday. Yeah, so I won't spend too much time here, because it did feel like we were fine. We were killing stuff okay. Every once in a while, we got into kind of a scary position. I will say, though, on the Druid, I died several times. Like, here in Durotar, I died many times on the Druid. They felt a lot weaker than the Warrior. The Warrior feels pretty strong. Alright, let's make our way into the keep. We're probably going to have a line waiting for the named guy. And maybe we'll get some more of the treasures inside. Look at this, they're hiding this one under the table. How sneaky and cool is that? I like that. Like, they actually tried to hide some of them. They're called treasures, and they actually tried to hide some of them like you might do. That's cool. Oh, there's no quest up here. There's no item to loot. They're trolling me about Sod with the actual hidden treasure. Yeah, basically. Alright. Yeah, see, like, the people who did this quest, they actually know how to, like, hide stuff so that it's hidden, but so that you can actually find it by looking around. And every time you find one that's hidden, like, it feels good. Like, see, there's one in here. Like, this is how you hide stuff if you intend for people to find it by simply exploring around. You hide stuff in places that, like, would make sense for a person to hide stuff. Like, in a chimney, in a closet, tucked away under a bench. Like, that feels really good. I should have been able to find all my runes like that. Like, if that was how all of the runes were hidden, was just like a chest in a random location in the world, like that makes sense. Like, a place that makes sense for there to be a chest, like, it'd be a lot more enjoyable. And it would actually promote, like, actual exploration. And then you'd still be able to go look it up on Wowhead if you wanted. But before doing that, you might have actually, like, explored around. It'd be funny if waylaid supplies popped out of the chest. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm okay if I never see a waylaid supply again. It would not hurt my feelings. Same as yesterday, the respawn rate here is not, like... It's not a very fast respawn rate. Apparently, though, there are a lot of guys outside we could be fighting. We're looking for one more crate, and after this guy, 3 more sharpshooters. Will there be a Mist of Pandaria Classic? Yeah, they've almost basically confirmed that there will be. They've basically said that they're going to keep releasing Classic Editions as long as people seem even remotely interested in it. Once they release a Classic version that nobody plays, that's when that mode of Classic will end. That's when they'll stop releasing expansion after expansion as Classic, is when they release one of them, and it'll probably be Warlords of Draenor, that nobody wants to play. That, like, they release it, there's no hype, there's no player numbers, and then that'll be the last time they do that. And then they'll probably focus on seasons. Maybe at that point they'll be able to turn, like, some of their development over to, like, Classic Plus. Once they get to a point where, like, they're not going to release any more of the content as Classic. I think having a Mist of Pandaria Classic would be good, and I feel like that would probably be a really good stopping point. Pretty sure, like, all the sharpshooters are probably going to be out here. I don't think there's going to be any sharpshooters, like, inside. Here we go. He's what we need. Alex, wanding is useless. In Cata, wanding is now useless. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, even in Wrath, wanding was not as good. One of the biggest things that made wanding suck is that the wand was not off the global cooldown, so, like, you couldn't queue up your wand attack as you finished a cast. You had to wait until the cast finished, until the global cooldown was up, and then you could wand. Whereas in Classic Era, I can queue up my wand, like, while I'm in the middle of a cast. And then the cast ends, and I immediately start wanding. And Cataclysm changed that, so, like, wanding already kind of sucked. You could do it. It had, you know, but it was never as good as it was in Classic Era. Yeah, it's mainly like vanilla and BC. Like a lot of classes really could rely on the wand a lot. But yeah, by Wrath it wasn't great, and then apparently now in Cata it's like wanding is over. The days of wanding have come to an end.
Go with honor.
If you want a wand, you gotta go play Hogwarts Legacy. Which, if you haven't done, you should do anyway. Because it was quite good. There's a one-handed sword.
Strength.
Yeah, we'll keep going. I want to get to level 10, so we'll go kill the foaming sea elementals. And then there should also be a quest to get to, like, resurrect the fallen soldiers nearby.
Time is money, friend. If you ever need anything.
And gnomish tools.
Have
Okay.
a good one.
Alright, let's go. How's my inventory looking? 21 slots available is not bad. Did I do a playthrough of Hogwarts? No, not at all. I watched my wife play Hogwarts on the Xbox. No, I don't get to play on this channel, especially. Like, I don't get to play many other games besides WoW. I can play WoW and I can play other MMOs, and that's really all that YouTube will let me do on this channel. Every once in a while, like an RPG does well. Like War Tales did really well. That's about it. Every once in a while, like, I'll still try, like, open world RPGs on the channel every once in a while. It's just that, like, usually YouTube does not allow me to continue them for very long. The next non-WoW game that I'm going to try to play on the channel is going to be Dragon's Dogma 2. Which I've heard some really cool things about. I've heard that Dragon's Dogma 2 is very much, like, off the rails. Which means that, like, somebody compared it to... They compared it to mid-2000s MMO design. Which is, like, there are quests, but like, they're not clearly spelled out for you. And also, like, even if you're trying to focus on doing a quest, a lot of dynamic stuff is going to happen to you on the way. Basically what they said is, like, if two people set out to do the same quest, they're going to have a vastly different journey, like, on the way to that quest. Like, getting distracted, getting sidetracked by things happening in the world. Apparently the world in Dragon's Dogma 2 is, like, pretty dynamic. Like, stuff can just kind of come about and happen. You can stumble onto stuff that's going on. So I'm looking forward to giving that a try. It reminds me kind of a game called Outward. Like, Outward, like, you had quests in Outward, like, you had things to do that was, like, gonna drive the story forward, but also, like, you would just go on the journey, and you'd be like, well, what's that camp over there? And then you'd be in a bandit camp, you'd be fighting bandits. They drop an awesome backpack for you, some cool gear. Then you see a fortress, and you're like, who's at the fortress? You go to the fortress, you get killed by some crazy guy with a shield. And then finally you remember that you're trying to do a quest. And also, like, in Outward, like, things could happen, like, enemies could fight each other, so, like, you could be fighting some bandits, and then, like, a monster could come up and start ripping into the bandits, and, like, that kind of stuff was really fun and dynamic when it happened. So, yeah, I've heard some things about Dragon's Dogma 2 that have got me, like, pretty excited to try it out. It sounds like Elden Ring quest. It's like Elden Ring, but less guided, because in Elden Ring, you always had the line of grace leading you on. The side questing in Elden Ring, yeah, like, it's reminiscent of, like, side quest in Elden Ring, which would give you a little bit of dialogue, but would not explicitly tell you where to go or what to do. But the main questing in Elden Ring, you were guided. You were literally guided by the Light of Grace or whatever it was called. You always knew the next main area to run to if you didn't know what to do. But in Dragon's Dogma 2, like, that doesn't exist, apparently. There's not like big like quest tracking or guidance systems built into like the map or the navigation. So I'm hoping that's going to be cool. What for me, what makes really good content is where like two people can go on the same journey in the same game, but they can have a totally different experience. Either doing stuff in a different order or having stuff happen to them along the way. Like, that's what makes like good content and good gaming for me, is like when you and I could both be playing the game and we could be having different experiences. So hopefully that's what it turns out to be. That's what it's been described as. And that comes out on the 22nd, which I believe is like next Thursday, next Tuesday, sometime next week. And speaking of Elden Ring, eventually, like, I would like to do an Elden Ring run before the DLC comes out. That would be really cool to be able to do. I just don't know, like, if I'm gonna have time. I think I would enjoy Elden Ring as a streaming series. That way, like, some people can help me out when I get irrevocably stuck, or I'm doing something just really stupid. Then you guys can step in and like help me a little bit, without like story spoilers. But like, yeah, I feel like Elden Ring at this point, especially, the game's been out for a long time. I feel like at this point, especially, it would be a game I would enjoy like streaming. And like hanging out and playing and like learning about what the heck I'm doing from some of you guys who have played. Dragon's Dogma 2, I think I really want to do as a recorded series. Like we might check some of it out of the stream, but if it's really a game that like promotes exploration and it gets like immersive and you just kind of like have an adventure in the world, like I think that'd be really cool like content as an immersive recorded series. Yeah, I played just enough of Elden Ring to know that it's really good, and I've watched parts of a couple different playthroughs. But what I also know about Elden Ring is like it's gonna take me a while to like get skilled up, and I also know that I'm gonna need to do a strength build that relies on a shield. Like I can't really dodge roll to save my life. It's like weird. Like sometimes I can get into a flow with dodge rolling, and I seem like I can do it. Like I know what I'm doing. But I'm like so anxious while trying to dodge roll that eventually I'm gonna start messing up. I don't have like really good gamer reflexes, which kind of happens after you play a tab target MMO for 20 years. Like you haven't grown any like dodging reflexes at all, and so that's gonna be the hardest thing for me. I'm gonna have to go with like a heavy shield build, and just like I know I can block in time. I know I can get the shield up, so I need to do like 100% block. I'll equip double shields. We'll do a dual wield shield run and I'll just block everything. Can you save your progress in the beta? What do you mean? Do you mean does your progress in the beta, will that carry over to the live game? If that's what you mean, the answer is no.
Hey,
no,
how
like
you doing?
this like let's say we max out a character to 85. That character is not going to exist on the live servers.
Hurry
No,
back.
you're on the beta client. Report to Thonk, northwest of Razor Hill.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
What do you need? Go with honor. Go forth to victory.
Guys, we are at 3 hours of playtime. We took like a
can I help
10-minute
you?
break, and we're not level 10 yet. This leveling, it's not faster. I'm okay with it. I don't have a problem with it. This is not really me complaining, but it is me pointing out that they said faster leveling, and this is not that. This is leveling that's more akin to leveling, like, it's probably similar to leveling in Wrath of the Lich King without the Joyous Journey buff. It almost feels like leveling in Vanilla era. Typically, I could get a character to max level in about not max level, to level 10 in about 3 hours. In Vanilla era. It takes about 3 hours for me, like, streaming, doing the recorded stuff or whatever to get to level 10. And we are 3 levels. We are 3 hours and we're almost level 10. It's not fast at all. Yeah, Wrath is faster with JJ, absolutely. What I kind of assumed when they said faster leveling, I thought it would feel like Wrath leveling with JJ. That's kind of what I thought. Like, I'm fine with it. What I wonder though, I wonder if it's going to get adjusted over time. That's kind of what I wonder.
Strength.
Let's see. We've got, oh, the guy on the guard tower. Okay, yeah, let's go see him and see what's going on with him. And then we can go take on the Burning Blade people up to the north. Alex, you're at 5 hours played, you're only level 15. Yeah, and you're probably leveling like much more efficiently than I am. So yeah, it is streamlined, Mr. Hassel. Yes, you're right in the sense that like the quests are a little bit more streamlined if you know them. That's the other problem is like, to me, they're really not more streamlined because like, to me that they are unfamiliar. And so I feel like I'm taking longer to do the quest, even though a lot of the quests are shorter, a lot of the quests, the objectives are streamlined. I feel like it's taking me longer to do the quest just because I'm not familiar with them. So maybe other people could level a little bit faster, like if you were super familiar with the Cataclysm quest for some reason.
May your blades never
Then
dull.
maybe someone could go with, oh, the Spyglass quest. I remember this quest. We gotta spy like 3 different areas that have like breadcrumbs out in them. Yeah, I'm enjoying the flow of questing though. Like overall, it feels good. We're just not leveling super fast. There's gonna be an XP buff on release. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I don't know why there would be a buff. I don't think it'll be a buff. I think that they will change how much XP is needed to level. Like, it won't have to be a buff. They'll just bake it into the game. And then there might be another buff eventually, you know. What they like to do with BC and Wrath of the Lich King was that, remember how they used Joyous Journeys as a limited time event to get people to come back? They'll probably do that eventually. They'll probably eventually have an XP buff on top of whatever the base leveling is to like urge people to come back. And then we have like a couple more things, maybe this direction. Shadow, you hate this quest? Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with the quest? We're just using a telescope. I don't know if that was the right direction or not. It's hard to keep track of like which ones I found and which ones I haven't. This has to be the last guy. Okay, there we go, Okay, good.
What do you need? for the Horde. May your blades never
Hey,
dull.
there we go. Level 10. Beautiful. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have a bunch of green stuff now back in... all the stuff that turned in back in Mulgore is green. So it might actually be a good time to go back and do that stuff. And we can hit up our trainer. Oh, look at this! Okay, so they reworked talents a little bit. I didn't know that they did a rework like this in Cata. So I have to pick. Oh boy. Oh, I mean, you guys know I want to go arms. Oh, jeez. With a Tauren, you know, I'd love to just have a big two-hander. And then this is locked. Oh, wow. Wait. Is it locked until I've spent a certain amount of points? It must just be locked because we're not going to spend all of our points in arms. So it must just be locked. Oh, here we go. You must spend 31 points in your primary tree to unlock these talents. This must be like, was this some kind of like, this is going to sound like derogatory. Was this some kind of idiot protection? Did they do this as some kind of idiot so that somebody didn't come and buy like all the talents in the top row of every talent tree? Like just buying everything in the top row and never progressing. This had to be some kind of like decision for like idiot protection. We gotta spend 31 points in the main tree before we unlock the other trees. So it wasn't a complete rework with like, you know how eventually we only pick like every 5 levels we pick a talent? That must have happened in MoP. To prevent weird builds. Yeah, man, but man, Classic was kind of all about the weird builds. You would always, ideally, you would take a couple things here, and then you'd pick a tree to work into. Anti-noob, yeah, anti-noob. It's more streamlined. I'm gonna go arms, man. I just want to use it. Well, eventually, we'll probably try Fury, but with a Tauren especially, I want to use a big two-handed weapon. So yeah, we'll see. Let's see what we got. All this is different. Like a lot of this seems different. War Academy, increase the damage of Mortal Strike, Raging Blow, Devastate, Victory Rush, and Slam. Okay. I don't have any of those abilities yet. I have Victory Rush. I don't have any of those other abilities. I don't have Mortal Strike. Am I learning Mortal Strike in the talent tree, or am I learning Mortal Strike at some point? I don't even see Mortal Strike. It's gotta be... It's gotta be a talent thing? But I don't see it in the talents either. Thoughts? When do I learn Mortal Strike? Blitz, your charge regenerates 5 additional rage and stuns additional nearby enemies. Field dressing increases all healing received by 3% and the effectiveness of your self-healing abilities. That seems okay. Blood Craze is good. Bloodthirst, Mortal Strike, Shield Slam hits have a 5% chance to make your next special attack cost more than 5 rage, consume no rage. I guess I'll go here. But I am kind of concerned about the fact that I don't know when I get Mortal Strike. Yeah, I'm not familiar with these talents at all. Okay, we'll do that for now. Let's hearth back to Bloodhoof. We will train level 10 and we'll keep going over there. In Cata, you learn dual spec at level 20-ish. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I hope the cost, maybe the cost is cheaper too. I'm not gonna have 1,000 gold by then. So I hope they reduce the cost.
Peace, friend. Farewell.
Oh my god, a new chess piece. And there we go.
The winds guide you.
Yeah, you can see what you learn in your spellbook, as opposed to having to have an add-on that does it.
Eternal sun shine.
But the problem is, like, even looking in my spellbook, I don't see Mortal Strike. Oh, maybe I need to... Nope, nope. Nope, it's not there either. So weird. Oh, here it is! You just get it automatically! It's right here! They just gave it to me. I have it. I already have it. We're not waiting for it at all. It's already here. The question is now, like, what am I gonna do with my keybinds? Am I still gonna want to strike? 20 rage. It's on a 4.5 second cooldown.
What brings you here? Be careful.
And I got Thunderclap too. Like, I'm not sure if I need to use this when I'm soloing. Increases the time between their attacks. Yeah, I mean, it could be okay to hit if I have extra rage that I don't need. And we got one more turn in.
Well met. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I still haven't been able to figure this quest out, I guess. Return the venture company documents to Morin Cloudstalker near wait, what did it say? Near Bloodhoof. This should turn into the guy on the road, but it's not marking the turn-in. Like, I don't really know what's going on with this one. If I look here, like, I have the documents. We've clicked them to read them. That didn't do anything. Maybe this quest is just bugged out. I don't know. I'm gonna go to where I think he's at, and we'll see if maybe it's a quest tracking issue and not an issue with the quest being, like, completely broken, which right now it seems like it is. $129 people were just yelling, "It's right there." Immortal Strike, you mean? Well, I mean, like, yelling it didn't help. If 129 people had typed, "It's right there" in your spell book, then I would have found it faster. But yelling at me, you're free to yell at me, but it's not gonna help. It's also bad for your blood pressure. You just type it at me in all caps like you did. Here again, you type it for, he's right there! There we go, I see him now. So he's just not being marked. That's interesting.
Well met. Goodbye. Go in peace. Greetings, ancestors.
He's got a couple of
watch over
quests.
you.
Kill 7 Venture Company workers. This seems like mainly the same quest from Vanilla.
Farewell.
And then Supervisor
peace.
Fizz Sprocket.
Goodbye.
Alright, let's go do this stuff. It's right over here. Most of the Cata music is really good, yeah, absolutely. Only 30 gold for dual spec. Oh, that's pretty cheap. I mean, it sounds cheap. I'm assuming that I'm just gonna have 30 gold by then. Do we get mounts at level 20? You see, the crappy thing about Strike as an ability is that it's on the global cooldown. Is Mortal Strike off the global cooldown? I mean, Mortal Strike. Is Heroic Strike off the global cooldown when we get it? Because not having something off the global cooldown is gonna feel really weird on a warrior. I'm used to having something that I can dump my rage with. Mounts are at 20. Right on. Oh, it's sharing a cooldown. It seems like it's like... Is it sharing the cooldown with Mortal Strike, or are they just on a similar cooldown? Let me pay a little bit more attention to this. I'm gonna Mortal Strike and I'm gonna watch Strike. Yeah, it's setting its cooldown off. So we're not even just waiting for the global cooldown there, we're waiting for like the entire 3-second cooldown of the ability. That's cumbersome. So I'm not going to be using a lot of Strike for most encounters. Let's head over this way. You think I'm supposed to replace Strike with Mortal Strike? Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're never really gonna use both of them because, you know, they're sharing a cooldown like that. Like, so we're Mortal Striking, and yeah, like, I'm just gonna Mortal Strike again. Like, I'm not gonna use a Strike, I'm just gonna Mortal Strike. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll pop it up here for now. Like, maybe I don't need it. I don't see when I would use it. I would just prefer to Mortal Strike at that point, since I have the talent that's, like, buffing that damage a bit. For some reason, I thought the supervisor was back here, but I don't see him. I have no idea where he's at. This was my best guess. I can't slash target him either, so he must be somewhere else. This place is kind of a labyrinth, so I don't know. It could be that's where he is, but that he's dead right now. And I guess there's no way for me to know that. This could be a scenario where, like, I could spend infinite amounts of time looking in here and never find him. Because he could just be spawning somewhere back behind me, and then other people kill him, and then I don't see him, and then I never find him. That could happen. I'll work on this one for a bit, but if I don't come across him, I'll probably just skip the quest. I do feel like he's back where I was at. that's where he spawns. I don't know if maybe he has multiple spawn points. Like, if he's just somewhere in the rest of this mess, like, chances are that I'll never find him anyway. So I'm gonna go, like, kind of camp out where I thought he was, and just see if he spawns, because otherwise, I don't know. I can do, like, I'm trying, like, slash target, but if he's not up right now or he's not near me, it's not gonna find him. I literally remember him being, like, right here. This is the only place that I think I've ever fought him. He's usually 10 feet inside the entrance or in the camp outside. Yeah. Yeah, he's usually, like, right here. I could check outside, but I've always fought him inside the cave. I guess for Cata they could have changed it. Yeah, this place is huge. Yeah, it's really, really large, so I don't think that we're gonna run all around through here. And if we don't get this one done, that's fine. It's not gonna be the end of the world if we don't complete one quest. We've done some questing over in Durotar, so let's go out and we'll check the camp outside. Oh, look, yeah, see, here's his body right here. Yeah, he's like 5 feet inside. Yeah, literally just chilling right here at the entrance. Okay, so they did move him. In Cata, they moved him closer to the entrance. So that's good to know. We'll just chill right here for a second. We'll fight some stuff. If there's any stuff to fight. This guy's killing everything. Here we go. I'm glad we didn't explore the whole place. We could have been there for a while. And I don't know if the kill XP is really worth it. I will say, having an ability like Victory Rush really compels me to just fight, like, everything I can on my way. If I have Victory Rush up and I don't fight something, it feels like a waste. I'm also seeing that I have, like, an excess of rage. And I can't seem, without heroic strike to dump it, I can't seem to get through it.
Well met. Farewell. Ancestors watch over you.
You ever hear about a one-handed staff? One-handed staff.
Be careful.
What? Wouldn't that just be a mace? How is it considered a one-handed staff? That's gotta be an error or a bug, right? One-handed staff. I don't think so. Ooh, we got a small blue pouch. I will take it. That's so weird. So it's a one-hand staff. I have never seen anything like that before in my life. I have never seen a one-handed staff. I feel like it might be an error. Hit something with it? Fair. Yeah, let's hit something with it. Dude is wielding it in both hands. Yeah, dude is wielding it in both hands. I don't have a shield. I'm tempted to go back to town. Let's go buy a cheap shield. I want to see if I can actually treat this like a one-hander. Because he's wielding it with both hands. The game engine knows that he cannot single-handed a staff. Like, he's picking it up with two hands and swinging it. But something's wonky here. Something's wonky. Be sad dog, good afternoon, man. Thanks for stopping by the stream. On Kata, on Wowhead, it's one-handed. On Retail Wowhead, it's a two-hander. That's so weird. Yeah, because the definition of a staff in the game is that a staff is a two-handed weapon, like a two-handed sword or a two-handed axe. You're not going to pick up a two-handed sword and then have it say one hand. So we're going to go buy a shield, and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, it's called Goblin Masher. One-handed staff called Goblin Masher. Let's see, where is there an armorer? Probably back here.
I have just the thing for you.
Alright, moment of truth. Oh, look at that.
Ancestors watching.
It sounds like a mace. Yeah, a stick that you wield in one hand would be called a mace. Yeah, but this is a one-handed staff, so, you know. 6 to 11 DPS. Yeah, see the it has one-hand damage on it. Like, the two-hander we were wielding did 10 to 15 DPS. This does 6 to 11. Wow, we're gonna go back to two-handing something eventually. Like, once we get, like, a better weapon. We're wielding literally a gray weapon. I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought with the Cataclysm rework that they went back in and they adjusted some of the loot from Quest to make things more akin to, like, the Blood Elf starting areas and the Draenei starting areas and the places where, like, you typically get better equipment. So far we've gotten all trash equipment. The equipment that we're getting is very much classic trash drops. We have not gotten anything decent from a quest. So that's not what I remember. We'll see if that, like, changes at any point. Look at him wield the shield and the staff at the same time. Like, it almost works. It almost works, like, visually. Electron, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Alex, you're level 15, man. Have you gotten any good quest rewards yet in Westfall? Maybe I just have to get to the next area, and then the quest rewards get better. Cata leveling looks fun. Cata leveling is fun. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm like super happy and grateful to be part of the beta. This came at like a perfect time for me. Like, honestly. You got a couple of greens in Westfall. Okay, so I'm just waiting to get to the next area. Like, there's not going to be any good loot here, but once I'm out in the Barrens, then we'll get some decent loot. Right on. That makes sense. I almost went Blood Elf Warrior. Yeah, I almost did. If I were to level a warrior upon live, then I would do Blood Elf. I went with Tauren just because I wanted to see like some of the Cata changes, and unfortunately, the Blood Elf areas and the Draenei areas, they didn't change anything for Cataclysm. It's the same zones. Somehow they were just unscathed. So we went with the Tauren. Man, Mulgore is like one of my favorite zones. Like, Eversong Woods is probably my favorite zone, honestly, but Mulgore is great. When does it go live? What date? We don't have a date yet. We have a release window. Pre-patch happens at the end of spring, and then sometime in the early summer is when the game launches. But they haven't narrowed it down to a date yet. Unless they posted a date in the past couple days and I missed it. Which is always possible.
I've been expecting you.
Of course, like, I buy a shield, and then the very next quest we complete, we get a shield. It doesn't... My shield looks cooler anyway. So I'm fine. I'm not even upset.
Ancestors watch.
I cannot thank you enough for cleansing my tribes well, Ramble Hoof, and for fighting the savage Grim Totem to do it. But there is more to be done, and it is time for your journey to lead you beyond Bloodhoof Village. Zeraman Two Moon stands at the fire in the north end of the village. Go speak to him and learn of your next ritual. Okay, I thought maybe we'd head out to the Barrens soon, but maybe not. We have to go learn about our next ritual.
How? Go in peace.
Again, be sure you are ready to leave Bloodhoof Village behind, Ramblehoof. The next step of your journey will take you far from here. Your path continues to lead onward across the fields of Mulgore. The eyes of the Earth Mother are on you at all times. When you are ready, consume the waters near the tribal fire. Once you have ingested the holy waters, your eyes will be opened and the spirits will guide you. Is this going to be the wolf? Like chasing the wolf down?
Be careful.
That's not going to take us out of Mulgore. Okay, we become the wolf. So in Classic Era, we have to follow the wolf. Now I have become the wolf spirit. Unless I'm just going to watch this play out and then teleport back to my body. I'm actually not sure how this is going to happen. And we're not going to a cave. We're going all the way up here to whatever this area is. I think there used to be goblins out here previously. Did you see a Tauren Paladin trainer? You did. Because in Cataclysm, a bunch of races got different class options. And one of the things that happened was that Tauren got Paladin. And then over on the Alliance side, Dwarfs got Shaman. A little switcheroo. How am I enjoying Cata so far? I'm having a great time. I'm so happy to be part of the beta. It came at a perfect time for me. It came at a time when like I was kind of getting bored with everything else I was doing. Like, complete honesty, I was kind of like, I was ready for this. It couldn't have happened to me on like a better time. Yep, that's all that I'll say. I'm really happy to be here.
Greetings. Be careful.
Shadow, I don't think they would. I don't think they would. What I wish they would do, I wish they would port over the skybox changes they did in Dragonflight to the old world. You know how they fixed the lighting and they upped the view distance? I wish they would port that over. I wish for Cataclysm Classic we can get the enhanced view distance. And we can get the better lighting that they did for the Dragonflight overhaul. I wish they would at least do that much. I don't think that they will, but yeah, Blizzard, if you're listening somehow, if somebody hears this, please think about it. Because the work you did with the old zone lighting in Dragonflight, like fixing the old zones, it just made them so gorgeous. Being able to look off into the distance and see so far adds so much immersion to the game. That's really what I would like to see.
Be careful. Peace, friend. Goodbye. Go in peace.
Oh yeah, the retail UI is fine. Yeah, it's fine. I just don't think they'll add it to Classic.
What brings you here?
So we're after Flatland. All this seems different. I probably should have read some of these. Bristleback Interlopers. A foul menace has made its way onto our holy land. A band of bristleback interlopers is ravaging the gravesite. Okay, no, we've done some of these before. These are classic quests. Prowler Claws was a quest that I think we picked up in Bloodhoof previously. That's been shifted around a little bit. And the Prairie Alpha Teeth. Yeah, this is just like, I don't think this questing hub was here. I think most of these quests happened out of Bloodhoof. And then there was always the guy at the graveyard. So they move these around a little bit, which is pretty cool. Well, the Prowlers are in stealth now. I don't remember them being in stealth before. And yeah, see, this quest, the Harpy quest, was a quest that we picked up in Thunder Bluff in Classic. So yeah, it looks like they took a few quests that I thought we were missing, and they put them into this little quest hub. Do I need Planestriders? No, I need wolves, I need cats, I need Quillboar, and then somewhere around here we're also going to find Harpies. I mean, they're in stealth, but it's kind of like an ineffectual stealth. They're just like, they're not invisible, they're just transparent. Yeah, that's our one-hander staff, yeah. I'm hoping to get like a decent two-handed weapon soon. Oh, I also have a talent point to spend. Oh, we got Training Sword of the Monkey. Oh, yes. See, all I had to do was talk about it. Blizzard is obviously watching and just like handing me the loot that I asked for. It's a streamer privilege, like on display there. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna equip the Training Sword of the Monkey. Yeah, absolutely. You're wondering what weapon skill the one-handed staff is leveling up? I wasn't watching. Yeah, I'm seeing skill ups now for the two-handed sword, but I wasn't paying attention when we had the staff on. That's a good point. It was probably leveling up staffs, which is weird. But like, what else would it's labeled as a staff? Even though technically it would just be a one-handed mace. Is weapon training gone? Weapon training is gone in the sense that, like, you start with the ability to equip any weapon that you can equip, yeah. You don't have to go around and train different weapon types. You do have to skill them up. We're still working on, like, skilling them up. And that's been moved to the character pane under skills, so... But you start with everything that your class can ever actually equip. Yeah, you don't have to go train them anymore, which I prefer that way actually. How many times do I go to cities and I'm like, oh yeah, hey guys, we gotta remember to train maces in Ironforge, and then I don't ever do it. It's because of stupid people like me that like these things get changed over time. Mr. Santa, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I wonder if I can get all my feathers in this area. I'm probably going to have to visit some other harpy areas, but let's look around a little bit more. And maybe we'll work our way down here. We'll fight the Quillbore. These changes make the game more enjoyable, in your opinion? Yeah, I think that a lot of the changes do make the game more enjoyable. Not that the game wasn't enjoyable, but I think, like, more to the point, the changes don't make the game less enjoyable. Right? They make some aspects of it like a little bit smoother, and they don't detract from the fun of the game. They don't detract from the fun of the game ultimately. And you know what's great? The great thing about living now, as opposed to like back when Cata came out, etc., is that now if you're a person that just really likes the vanilla era and you really like all that extra running around, you can still go play vanilla era. Like back in the day, Cata came out and that was it. You hated the changes? Too bad, kid. Now, if you don't like the way the game has changed, like you have other versions of the game that you can still play. So that's the really awesome part. That makes it, I think that makes the changes a lot more palatable for some people. Just having like hardcore, having classic era, having other ways to play the game still. It makes it a lot more digestible. When there's a change that you think, oh, that takes away some immersion, like you still have a place to get that immersion. If it's what you really want. Aaron, that's interesting. That is an interesting idea. I don't think, when it comes to painting somebody, I don't know if you have to get their permission, do you? I guess it depends on what you're going to do with that likeness afterwards. Me, personally, I don't care. Maybe some people would, I don't know. The weapon looks like a giant toothpick. It does kind of look like a giant Tauren-sized toothpick. It also kind of looks like a fishing rod. I'm surprised nobody's asked me why I have a fishing rod equipped. Every time I equip a training sword, somebody eventually asks me that. Have they made any significant changes to the older zones between Cata and like Dragonflight? No. That's one of people's biggest gripes, is that the old world has not been touched since Cataclysm happened. So like if you go to this zone right now in Dragonflight, it will be exactly the same as it is in Cata. That's why people have been begging for an old world revamp for retail for a while now. And like, the Cataclysm quests are not bad. And a lot more of them are evergreen quests than I thought. Like, to me, an evergreen quest is a quest that makes sense even if it doesn't have, even if it is not tied to a current event. So like, some of the Cataclysm quests are tied directly to the Cataclysm happening. A lot of the Cata quests say, oh, the Cataclysm just happened, there's fire over here, and there's elementals that are pissed off, and there's Twilight Hammer guys coming in. Like, a lot of the Cataclysm quests are very specific to the moment in time when the Cataclysm first happened. But there are a lot of quests, like the ones we're doing now, that are evergreen, that are not really directly related, like, to the Cataclysm happening. But yeah, it was weird for a while, you know, like, Cataclysm came out, and like 5 years later, you'd be leveling a character up, and it's like, you go to these zones, and it's like the Cataclysm just happened. And you're like, no it didn't. Eventually they'll revamp the world again. It'll be interesting to see like what they do in the next world revamp, like how they avoid tying it to one specific moment in time. Yeah, that's really all that needed to happen. Yeah, if they had phased them out of the Cata era, like let's say you level through the zone, and as you go it kind of phases some of the Cata stuff out, like that would have made sense. But yeah, ultimately it's just weird. Like I said, like a lot of the zones you go to, and it's like they all seem kind of stuck at the moment of the Cataclysm happening, which for a lot of people is not like evergreen questing content. I don't really mind it. Even when I play retail, like my favorite thing to do in retail is just to play through like the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor to level up retail characters, because I think the content is still good. But I guess the weird thing is that narratively, even though so many things have happened in the world and happened in the story, the biggest part of the world, the core part of the world, still has never changed. I guess like for most people that's the weirdness, is like so much has changed, so much is different, so much story has happened, but the old world has never been updated yet since Cata. And it's not going to be updated anytime in the War Within saga either. We're gonna, well, the three game saga, like whatever, War Within. I don't even know the names of the other two. I don't think we're gonna see a revamp anywhere in that either. That stuff just seems like they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to get through a story, and then I think at the end of whatever that story is, that's when the world will be remade. It'll probably be in like a bigger fashion than we are anticipating. I have a feeling the end of the World Soul Saga is going to be Azeroth cracking open like an egg. And we are either going to end up in a different timeline, where like none of that shit happened, where the Titans never interfered with Azeroth. We're either going to end up in a Titan-free timeline that we're not familiar with, or maybe we go to a different planet. I don't know. At least the sword will be addressed. What sword? What sword are you talking about? I gotta get me one of those shirts, man. That's like, I don't really get into like a lot of WoW apparel or anything like that. I got the banners behind me, but as far as like clothing, I don't have any. But I want I want the What Sword shirt. Such a cool shirt. Like Ian wearing that shirt at BlizzCon was probably my favorite part of BlizzCon. Just that he walked out in that shirt. That was really good. I need one more Azure Feather and one more Bronze Feather. from, like, anywhere that has harpies. I'll give you one of those. Favorite WoW classes? It's either the warrior or the paladin. I go back and forth. I like all the classes, though. Like, I've played a lot of the game, so I've played most of the classes. I only have a couple classes that I don't really like. I'm not a big fan of druids, and I'm not a big fan of warlocks. Everything else I have enjoyed at one point or another. But my top classes, like my go-to classes, are the warrior and the pally. I seem to be breezing through these mobs. It's gotten a lot smoother since I got Mortal Strike, yeah. We also went to Durotar and we gained a couple levels over in Durotar, then we came back. I don't know if I'm breezing through them. I mean, they're leveling mobs, so like, I don't know. What's the appropriate amount of time that one should spend fighting a trash mob, really? I feel like the flow of combat has been really good. Like, yeah, I'm starting to get more of my abilities, so I'm starting to get pretty powerful now. Now, especially, I found a green weapon, so I have an awesome weapon. We just got into our talents. We just got a couple of core abilities. It makes sense that I'm just, like, demolishing these guys right now. I feel like the flow of combat has been really good. Yeah, I'm not rounding up a bunch of guys and AoEing them yet. Maybe eventually I will. I don't remember. I don't know. Like, the thing is, like, an enemy taking more time to kill an enemy is not difficulty. It taking more time for me to fight an enemy is not difficulty. Having to sit and restore my HP after every fight is also not difficulty. I guess, like, there is that mode of play. The only place where that is difficulty is in hardcore. The only place where, like, a longer fight is dangerous in any meaningful way is when you're playing hardcore. The only mode of the game where being at low HP is meaningful in any way except to slow you down is when you're playing hardcore. Otherwise, like, taking longer to fight a trash mob is not difficulty or challenge or really even immersion or fun. It just takes longer. Like, that's all that it is. Here we go. We got some green items.
Go in peace.
Greetings. We shall meet.
Nice, nice. Now we're getting some greens. I like it. I like getting the really weak, like, single stat greens now.
Go.
That's a good 50 quests completed. Look at that. Achievements. I need to vendor. There is a vendor here somewhere.
Greetings.
You're a vendor. Let's get a repair. On the Horde side, Blood Elves are probably my favorite race. Yeah, maybe overall Blood Elves might be my favorite race. But definitely on the Horde side, for sure. A good example would be the Maw in Shadowlands or Timeless Isle, like mobs where would be punitive if you messed up, but like punitive in what way? Like you die and have to do a quick spirit run? Like, I guess what I mean is, like, it's fine to have, like, mobs that are harder to kill sometimes. But I feel like just making every mob harder to kill doesn't make the game better, and it doesn't make the game harder. Moving out of skills, moving out of stuff. Yeah, like, you could do that. But yeah, that makes more sense for higher level enemies also. That makes sense in those kinds of end level zones, like Timeless Isle, yeah, the Maw, like those end level things where, like, you have done your journey, you have leveled up. And sure, like, then maybe you can have enemies that are a little bit more complex in their mechanics. But at the end of the day, like, it's a tab target MMO, and like, solo content, like, most solo content, especially in the open world, is never going to be, like, incredibly challenging. It's not, especially while leveling up, it isn't really meant to be. I personally did not spend a lot of time in the mall because I was not a big fan of Shadowlands. So, I didn't get to experience a lot of that. I did notice that a lot of the mobs in Shadowlands had movement-based stuff. Like, movement-based stuff is fine, like, the first couple times it happens. When you're grinding on enemies and you're constantly having to shuffle, you're like, shuffle, shuffle, get behind, shuffle. Like, I don't know. Part of me thinks that's like part of me thinks it's almost tedious. You know, because it's not like you can dodge roll. Like, you don't have any action element to your character controls. And so making you take lots of actions, like, outside of, like, a raid or a dungeon, it would get tedious to me. I'm like, oh, here's the same guy with his same cone ability that I have to step out of. And some classes have a lot easier time than others. Like, melee classes thrive in that situation. Whereas, like, if you're a caster class, you're gonna have to stop casting every time you have to move out of something. Like, it's imbalanced for some classes. You remembered the exact name of the ability? Yeah, because of how many times you had to step out of it, right? It probably got to a point where it was just tedious. Now, if I had a dodge roll, that would make it more exciting. Like, the illusion of motion, you know, the illusion of action can take something that is normally tedious, like having to sidestep something, or having to walk through an enemy to get behind them. Like, if I could double tap and do a dodge roll, I'm gonna be a lot more into that. Like, that's gonna be mechanics that I'm really gonna enjoy, because look, I get the dodge roll. Dodge rolling is really fun. But, like, outside of a dodge roll mechanic, like, moving out of stuff is so boring. Like, a good example is, like, Last Epoch. Like, fighting bosses in Last Epoch, or even maybe, like, most ARPGs that don't have a dodge roll, or like, some kind of, like, shuffle. Like, just having to slowly step out of things, like, slowly moving out of things felt, like, so lame. It's like, if you want to do a lot of motion, if you want there to be a lot of moving out of mechanics, I feel like you really want to be a game that has a dodge roll in it. We need Prairie Alpha Teeth. I guess we're just looking for wolves now. Guild Wars 2 gave you a dodge roll, but you had no iframes. Well, yeah, it makes sense not to have iframes, because ultimately that's a tab target MMO too. So yeah, like, the only thing that you should be dodge rolling out of, I guess, is a template ability that you have to dodge on the ground. Like, you're not going to dodge the enemies, like, auto attacks, right? In a tab target situation. You're just going to be rolling out of, like, whatever they lay on the ground. Sadly, I don't think WoW is ever going to get a dodge roll. I think a dodge roll in WoW would, like, irrevocably break the game in ways that we probably wouldn't expect. I don't remember dodge rolling in Guild Wars 2. Did you have a dodge roll from really early on? Or was dodge roll something you unlocked later? Like, I played some Guild Wars 2. I don't remember dodge rolling very much. I don't remember dodge rolling at all. Maybe I was doing it wrong. Mages have that in the form of Blink. Yeah, it's not the same. Because Blink is on a cooldown. Whereas a dodge roll is something that I can execute basically, like, very often. Maybe not whenever I want. But a dodge roll is something I can execute very often. Whereas Blink seems like it's more limited. You also can only blink forward. Like, you can't blink to the side. You can't blink backwards. Well, you might be able to blink backwards now. I don't know. Guild Wars had it from level 1. I just must have never used it, or I used it so little that I don't recall. The enemies in Guild Wars, like, didn't really warrant me feeling like I ever had to dodge anything, maybe. I remember combat being just kind of very empty and just shallow. The weird thing is, like, there aren't, like, I think about the other tab target MMOs, like Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy 14, and for some reason, even though their combat is, like, the same in principle, like, it's a tab target MMO, you press your abilities, the abilities go off. None of the combat feels as good as combat feels in WoW. Like, in WoW, there's an immediate reaction to the press, everything feels really tight, everything feels really reactive, like, and impactful. And, like, tab targeting stuff in Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy 14, it felt like, it feels detached. It almost feels like there was, like, a delay, like, I press something and then a moment later something happens. I don't think there's, like, was really a delay.
How may I aid you?
But that's really the only way that my brain could really interpret it. It's like tab target combat in Guild Wars 2 and FF14 just, they don't feel even nearly as good as any version of WoW. And I don't know what it is.
Farewell. Be careful.
It could just be me. It could just be a personal preference, I guess. Yeah, it's something about the responsiveness, absolutely. In Final Fantasy XIV specifically, especially in FF14, if you're doing like a dungeon run, it feels unresponsive. Yeah, the buttons don't really feel great to press ever because it all feels like it's on like a momentary delay. It's hard to explain. It doesn't feel as responsive or as tight as WoW combat does. See, I don't feel like I'm face rolling. I still feel like I'm thinking about every button I want to push. The difference is, like, I don't have to push as many buttons per fight, maybe, as I had to in Classic Era. Also, though, in Vanilla Era, I would be auto-attacking more. So, like, I might not be pushing as many buttons then either. But I don't feel like I'm face rolling stuff. To me, face rolling stuff is where I hit one button twice and something dies. And I move on and I hit another button twice and something dies. Like, I am still pushing my abilities, and the abilities that I'm pressing still matter.
Greetings, traveler.
So I don't feel it as like face rolling. Do I have to pay a lot of attention to what I'm doing? No, but even in Vanilla Era, like, I don't have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Like I said, on the Warrior in Vanilla Era, what am I gonna do more than anything else? I'm gonna auto attack. Like, I'm gonna rend, I'm gonna stand there, and I'm gonna auto attack. And every once in a while, I'm gonna throw off a heroic strike. I feel like people, like, start to feel that because you can press more buttons, or that you have more buttons to press, that things become, like, face rolly. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't feel it like that. But everyone's different. Everyone's different. We all get to have our preferences and our opinions on how the combat feels. Alright, let's sell the wolf meat. Strider meat can go. I don't know, like, how much I'm gonna work on alchemy. I should at least be, like, just going through my mats that I have. Let's create, like, a few of these. And then we'll create some of these. Is there a sign up for beta? Absolutely. Yep, you want to log in to your account at worldofwarcraft.com, go to the beta sign up page, make sure you're opted in, and then you have a chance to be randomly selected. Apparently you don't have to have an active sub. Somebody said that they signed up for beta but didn't have an active sub, and they still got invited. But you do have to sign up. And it's not like a first come first serve either. Like, I didn't sign up for beta until people were already playing the beta, like last week. When we first heard that invites had gone out. Like, I signed up that day, and I got in yesterday, so. I haven't really been relying much on the healing potions, actually. Yeah, getting used to the no auto attack damage in retail is a challenge. Yeah, getting used to like there's a couple of things about retail leveling that like don't suit me. I don't like the no auto attack damage is kind of a bummer. You have so many buttons to push that it doesn't matter, but still, you know. Every once in a while it's just great to see a big like white swing crit, you know, especially when you're like a paladin or a warrior. And the other thing that bothers me in retail leveling is no kill XP. Like your kill XP doesn't matter. I think that's a huge mistake. I think it's a huge mistake for any RPG to like dismiss the viability of mob grinding. I think it's a big mistake for any RPG to say like you're gonna get all of your XP from quests. You, like don't worry about killing stuff. You want to incentivize players to like be out in the world fighting stuff. You want to incentivize players to like you're on your way to point B, like well on your way there, fight everything in your path. Like you really want people to be incentivized to do that. It makes the experience so much better. Because the opposite happens. When you know that kill XP is not worth squat, you avoid combat. Like, I remember dragon hopping like 5 feet to get like over mobs that like, I don't want to fight them. I mean, I'd love to fight them, but I know there's no reward. I know there's no reason to do it. So I find myself in retail like avoiding fights. I hate that. I hate avoiding fights in an RPG. I want to fight everything. And I want to feel like there's a little bit of a reward for it. I want to feel like my XP bar is moving. And so I feel like that's a big mistake in retail. I don't understand why, like, it's almost like they don't want people to be able to grind enemies. But why not? Why not? Let people grind enemies if they want to. If a mage wants to stand an AoE grind, like, please let them do that. Please let people play how they want to play. That's kind of the point of a role-playing game, is like, you want to play your character how you want to play your character. Like, removing an entire avenue of experience is not good. And that's honestly, like, my biggest gripe with retail. No, the kill XP is worth nothing, and there's no real auto attack.
Never despair, friend. The eyes of the Earth Mother are upon us.
Hey, it's Bane. Yeah, you know, long before he sat in Oribos doing nothing, he spent years and years sitting in Thunderbluff doing nothing, so he was well versed. War Dance. Some of our people... Oh, wait, let's see. Robert Speaks, take 2. Some see our people as gentle giants or noble savages. They have never seen us in a fight against our own kind, against betrayers from within. The Grim Totem were offered mercy in exile, and they have scarred their own home to spite us. They will no longer be tolerated in Mulgore. I have already sent our warriors ahead to drive them out through Stone Talon Pass. You have fought bravely against the Grim Totem. I ask that you join the battle again. Go and help deal them a final blow. All he wanted was safety and a place for his people. All the players wanted to do was to see him get off his ass and have a story. we thought he would have some kind of story in Shadowlands, but he didn't. So where am I going here? This is a weird little area. Okay. Alright. How can I best get down there? He did stuff, he had a novel, he did stuff in a novel. Yeah, too much story was told in novels. You know what, the most heinous act of like the storytelling in novels happened in War Crimes. Because like the entire reason that Warlords of Draenor even happened, like the whole premise for WoD, was explained in War Crimes. And if you didn't read War Crimes, you had no idea why Warlords of Draenor was even happening. Like, what is going on? Why is Garrosh free? Why is he doing what, where? What's going on with the timeline stuff? Like, if you didn't read War Crimes, which at the time I had not, Draenor made no sense. It didn't make sense. It made 0 sense. The whole premise of the expansion was lost upon so many people because they told such a big part of the story happened in a book. Like, people don't really read. Like, not a lot of people read. People don't even want to read the quests that are in your game. They definitely don't want to go read a whole novel just to prep them on, like, necessary knowledge for what's going to happen in the expansion. I think the Sylvanas novel ended up being, like, very similar, except it felt like Sylvanas was written retroactively. Like, they couldn't make the Shadowlands story make sense. People hated Sylvanas' character, and so then they wrote a novel to try to, like, smooth out why things were the way they were. And so that I feel like if you read the Sylvanas novel, maybe some of her character arc in Shadowlands was not so bad. But that was done, like, after the fact, it felt like. What are we doing here? I will meet you again in Thunder Bluff. Hey, Bane, buddy? Hey, like, you told us to come here. Oh, you disappeared. Oh, okay. We're waiting for a named guy. Okay. We're waiting for a named guy. I didn't read the Sylvanas novel. No, I never read it. Nope. I just, like, even if it was good, I don't like the idea of telling a really bad story in the game and then writing a novel afterwards to excuse it. Like, I don't, oh, this guy's an elite. I don't appreciate the practice of that, and, like, I didn't want to give them money to, like, I didn't want to give them money to reward their bad storytelling, basically. Like, you're not gonna make me spend money on a novel so that your story sucks less. Like, if your story sucks in the game, then your story sucks. Like, period. So no, I never bothered reading it.
Bring my father down. What chance have you?
I think I watched a Taliesin review where he, like, talked about it, or I watched somebody talk about the highlights. Maybe it was Bellular. I watched somebody talk about the highlights from it. But there was no way I was gonna pay for that. Is there a level cap on the beta? Yeah, I mean, I think right now the level cap's probably 80. There's no 80 to 85 content available right now in the beta. So, like, you can't level in the new zones. There are no, like, pre-mades. You can't copy a character over. So right now I feel like the level cap might be just capped at 80. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out eventually. I'm looking for the lift. There it is.
I am Bane, son of Cairn, now chief of the Blood
Do we
of Torment.
want any of this stuff? We got a two-handed polearm that's not as good as the sword we have. We got a two-handed mace that's not as good as the sword we have. For a training sword, it seems like the best thing for us right now. Here's a proper two-handed staff. We found a one-handed staff earlier. This is a two-handed staff. We'll take the mace to sell it. We're also getting an 8-slot bag, so that's really
Honor
cool.
the Earth
Definitely
Mother,
will take an 8-slot bag.
always.
Let's pop
This
that
is the
over
way
here.
of the Tauren.
He's still talking. He went on for a long time.
Ishne,
Walk with the Earth
Alo,
Mother. Much has changed outside of Mulgore, Ramblehoof. The world is torn, and our Horde allies have turned down dark paths. We must guide them. Even in our darkest hour, we will bravely hold our heads high and honor the Earth Mother in all we do. You must go and be this example. Go to Orgrimmar, tell War Chief Hellscream how the Grim Totem were driven out. Let him know our pride and discipline, our strength and sorrow. Okay. We are apparently... I thought we would go to Camp Tarajo, but apparently the new way that we move on is by flying to Orgrimmar. That's interesting. We have some stuff to do in Durotar. We could go down and do the Durotar stuff. It might be worth it. Zone hopping doesn't seem like it's necessary, but it doesn't mean that it's not a good idea still.
How may I aid you?
Send me to Orgrimmar.
Ancestors watch.
It feels good to have Mortal Strike at level 12. Yeah, it does, but it feels weird to not have Heroic Strike. It feels weird not to have that ability that's off the global cooldown that you can use just to dump rage. So it's been definitely a different kind of warrior. Having Victory Rush and Mortal Strike early on, but not having Heroic Strike has been very different. I like it so far. It's been a good time. And we do get Heroic Strike at level 14, so pretty soon. Overpower is also something that I feel like we used to get Overpower a lot earlier, and now we get it at level 22. Hamstring also, level 26 for Hamstring. Could you imagine trying to play Hardcore on a warrior and not having Hamstring until level 26? All those runners that would get you in so much trouble, that's crazy. They're no one's gonna bother with Hamstring, just train it at level 26. Execute at level 16. Battle Shout. This is another weird one. Is not having Battle Shout until level 20 feels really weird. We can learn Taunt now. That's nice to know. While we're in flight, I'm gonna go bio. I will be right back. How does the gold situation compare to other expansions? I don't know. I mean, we only have 52 silver, so we're not making like tons and tons and tons of gold. It's not like retail where like you turn in a quest and you get 10 gold. What is going on up here? Oh my dear God. These are all Wind Riders. I don't know what's happening here. This is why we're in beta. That is scary. I don't know if they're supposed to be like... It looks like they're supposed to be like land there for them to stand on. That's so weird. It's kind of creepy, actually. Alright, let's see. We gotta get down there somehow. Preferably, like, not by throwing ourselves off of anything. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is like an elevator. The Stormwind ones are the same. It's so broken. It's so broken. Eventually, they're gonna fix it. We hope.
Draw out. For the Horde.
The command boards? Wait. I didn't know they put the command boards in Cata. Oh, we can go to Azara. We can go to Azara, but they made it into a goblin zone. Maybe we would do it anyway. This is interesting. So we can go to Azara, or we can go to the Northern Barrens. So we probably can do both. I'll take both of them. I thought we would just like naturally go into the Barrens, and I still might do that.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you. Live by these words. Loktar
The Grim
Ogar.
Totem Force from Mulgore.
Victory
If Bane
or
speaks
death.
for this, you are indeed a fierce warrior. From this day, your strength is no longer your own. It belongs to me and the Horde as a weapon of war. Hellscream's eyes are upon you, Ramble. Victory or death. For being like a guy who was telling Thrall that he didn't want to be like war chief, he really like sunk into like commanding everybody around really, really quickly. Like he got comfortable ordering people about really fast. So that's interesting. So yeah, now we have stuff in the Barrens, but like also we still have like Durotar stuff we can do. I'm gonna go do some Durotar stuff. What did we have? Yeah, we had a few things. Okay. There we go. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Wait a minute. I got turned around. Okay, we're good. I'm not really sure like where these guys are gonna be. For some reason I thought this was gonna be the Skull Rock Cave. But this is not Skull Rock. This is some other kind of place. And I actually don't know if I can get to them from back here. Luckily though, we have our goblin buddy and he still has these same harpy quests, it looks like. Is there weapon skill? There is weapon skill. You don't have to go train your weapons though. So like, your class starts with all the weapons that class can equip. But there is still weapon skill, which means when you put on a new type of weapon, you need to it's gonna have to level up. You just don't have to go to the weapon masters anymore and train the new weapon types.
Have a good one. Keep it real.
Which in my opinion is good.
Be good.
It's a really good quality of life thing. Yeah, there's the cave. Right. There's the cave where the shaman fire totem quest was done. Yeah, okay. So yeah, to get there, I have to go out and around anyway. Did the Cata Beta release today? Cata Beta released last week. I got access to it yesterday. But yeah, it came out, like people got access last week. Was the first I heard. Have I talked about the harder heroic dungeons in the next season of retail? I haven't. I did see that Bellular video last night though. It sounds pretty cool. Like I don't know if that won't get me into 5-man content for Dragonflight, but I'm really excited for those retail changes for War Within. Yeah, the long and short of it is they made a bunch of changes to Mythic 5-mans. So that like now when in season 4 and onward, like when you do a heroic dungeon, the difficulty is going to be more like a Mythic 0, obviously with no timer, and the loot is going to be more equivalent to a Mythic 0. And then now, like in Season 4 and beyond, like when you do Mythics, there's not a timer element doesn't come into play until like much higher keys. So you can do like the lower keys without a timer requirement and all that good stuff. So yeah, it's a cool change, but it's not going to get me into 5-mans anytime soon. I can't figure these quests out here. I guess the harpies are back through a little cave door. The sacks of supplies maybe are over this way. But yeah, they're moving in the right direction with the retail 5-mans. I'm really hoping that by the time War Within comes out, that I will be like 5-mans used to be my jam, and I stopped doing 5-mans in Legion. I stopped doing 5-mans as soon as like Mythic was a really big thing and everyone was doing Mythics and it was this big time trial and you had to memorize the routes and you had to skip all the skips. It was just like, that was never fun for me. I hate time trial stuff in video games. It's like the least amount of fun I could ever have. So yeah, they're moving in a really good direction. And that makes me really happy. I would love to be able to do Mythic 5-mans and like just not have to worry about the timer, you know. Just get to actually do a challenging dungeon. Damn, we one-shot her basically. I just straight up ninja'd that. Boom, ninja'd. Sorry, buddy. Cata had good heroics, but only for the first week they were out, and then they all got nerfed really hard. So we're never gonna see the original Cata heroic difficulty. But what they are probably gonna do is I'm sure they're gonna do the same thing for 5-mans that they did for Wrath, which is that eventually we're gonna have some kind of equivalent to like the Titan Rune Protocol dungeons. So we will have harder 5-mans in Cata. It probably won't happen like right at launch. But probably shortly after launch, I'm sure they'll have like more difficulty options for us. Yeah, I should have tagged it. Right, exactly. The reason these mobs are easy to kill is because I'm higher level than them. Like, we're doing some like probably unnecessary zone hopping. I don't have to be here right now. I could just move on to the Barrens and we would be fine, but Doing a little bit of zone hopping. I really don't know where the rest of these bags are going to be kept. Sometimes I used to be able to find some over here. A nice thing to have would be LFR for other raids, not only for Dragon Soul. Did they only put out LFR when Dragon Soul came out? It was Dragon Soul the last raid. I only raided Firelands and Cata. So, like, I'm not familiar with Cata raiding at all. I don't even know, besides Dragon Soul and Firelands, I don't even know the names of the other raids. Is it an open beta or closed one? You need an invite, so I guess that's considered a closed beta. You need to sign up for the beta, and then they randomly invite people. The kill quest happens back here, but none of the bags are back there. I guess we'll just go do the kill quest part, and then we'll see about finding bags on the way out. I feel like there's a, you know, if they're gonna add looking for raid, then there's a fair chance that they will add it right away. You know, they made a big mistake in Wrath of the Lich King, where they waited to add the looking for group tool. They waited and they waited and they waited. And by the time they put it in, like, it was fine, but like nobody cared anymore. And then what they did was they made sure that they allowed you to use that tool to queue up for the Titan Rune 5-mans, which was really, really smart of them. So maybe they've learned something, and maybe looking for raid will be in, like, for all the raids. I hope that it is. Because, like, my success in getting raids together and putting raids out has not been very good. I would love just to be able to do an LFR. That way, if I can't do anything with the guild, or I can't find a pug, at least I have a way to play the game. Especially because I tend to play unpopular specs that people don't want. Like, nobody really wants a DPS warrior. Nobody really wants a rep pally, like, in a pug at least. So, yeah, like, I'm hoping that LFR will be a thing. And then that way, like, if I want to do harder content, I can. It's an option, but at least I'll be able to see the raids. Oh, we're not going after specific harpies here. We're just killing any 12 harpies. This quest has been significantly changed. Yeah, we're just killing any harpies. I don't even think we needed the ones from this area. I think the ones outside were just fine. And that's cool. You hope we get a fresh server? Oh no. No, you don't. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You think you want that, but you don't. Do you not remember the fresh start server of Maladath? Were you not there when they did a fresh start server for Wrath of the Lich King, and everyone thought that was going to be awesome, and everyone went and played on Maladath, and then 3 months after like people were at max level, Maladath was a ghost town. Everyone transferred back to their own servers where they had all their tunes, where they had all their guys, if they do a fresh start server for Cataclysm, do not level on it. Level up on the servers that you're on with the characters you have and the resources you have. I played on Maladath. It was the worst thing I could have ever done to get me into Wrath of the Lich King. One day, I logged in to and I was in Dalaran, and I was the only level 80 online. There was nobody else. I had to transfer that character. First, they had a free transfer to Westfall, which was also a low pop realm, and then I had to pay to move them to Pagel. Do not play on a fresh start server prior to a launch of an expansion. You're gonna end up on a dead server. Even if you don't have like anywhere else to go, level up a character now. Find a home for yourself now. You're not gonna want to level up. I have strong feelings about this because it kind of effed me over for like the early parts of Wrath of the Lich King, and probably contributed to me not playing a lot of endgame because I had a character that was on a dead server.
Be good.
Very strong feelings about this one. Do not level up on a fresh start server prior to an expansion launch. Don't do it. It's a trap. It's gonna be a dead server. You're gonna have to transfer off of it or level up a character somewhere else eventually. And yeah, it's not good. No, it's not good. You can have fun leveling up on an existing server, especially prior to an expansion launch. There's going to be lots of people who are very active, who are leveling alts. There's going to be people to dungeon with, people to play with. Looking for dungeon is cross-realm now, so you're always going to be able to do dungeons while you level up. That's not going to be a problem. Yeah, like don't play on it. Don't do a fresh start server. I learned my lesson, man. It was a tough lesson to learn. Am I gonna main a warrior in Cata? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. That's why I'm gonna play a lot of the beta, because I don't really know what I want to play. I'm not familiar with a lot of the classes in Cataclysm. I mained a Holy Pally and then played a little bit of a tank of a Blood DK in Firelands, like originally. So the warrior's feeling like a lot of fun. We're gonna level the warrior up, and then maybe I'll try a mage for like a ranged option. I tend to prefer melee classes though, but I know like most raid groups prefer to not have melee DPS. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna figure it out though. We're gonna play a bunch of the beta and have a really good idea of what we're getting into for launch. Guys, unfortunately, I am basically out of time for today. What is this guy wearing? A bib? This guy has a bib on. He's just coming over from the crab shack, and he's wearing his white bib. But yeah, guys, I have to go for today. My wife is out of town on business, and so I am responsible for the entirety of the household, which means that I have stuff that I have to do. I would love to sit here and play Cata with you guys for like the next 3 hours. There's nothing I would like more. But yep, I do have to go. I usually don't stream on the weekends, but I think I am going to stream tomorrow. It's probably going to be much later in the day. It'll probably be sometime in like the mid to late afternoon I'm going to come on, and we're going to pick things up right here where we're leaving off because I am having a lot of fun. Thank you guys very much for being here for it. I really do appreciate it. If you had a good time today, leaving a like, making sure you're subbed to the channel, ringing the bell, that stuff really does help me out immensely, and I really appreciate those that do. Until next time, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.